next-door neighbor. Seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
MICAH Parsons took the last game of the preseason lying down, literally, for the Cowboys, who continue to insist that Parsons will suit up for Week 1, even if he isn't completely in game shape. Parsons, on the other hand, has made no such commitment to the team as they prepare to open the league year on Thursday Night Football in Philly against the defending Super Bowl champs. And the NFL decided to end the Tom Brady rules for the NFL of Fox color commentator, despite his continued ownership role with the Las Vegas Raiders. Many in the league are incensed as Roger Goodell relies on the good behavior, quote unquote, of a guy he once suspended for 4 games for doing the opposite. And before we find out who is in like Flynn and some new Jabba rules, we will crack a 6-pack with Speedy and recap NFL cutdown days, transactions, and surprises as we go full throttle on another all-gas, no-brakes, earth-shattering, live Wednesday night edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
A significant one. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? Going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the one and very own Jabba and the Mouth. As you know me, my name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I will say this. There's no more humidity. There's no more really hot weather. It's been nice. It really has. No dampness in the air. It's been cool. No rain. The sun is out. Jabba, Long Island is peaking. How are you?
Good. How are you guys? It's we still got humidity here, so I think you sent it our way. So I appreciate that.
Well,
It's,
I don't know about that. We're here on the East Coast, and you're I would say a little north, right? That's where I would say you are, right? Am I wrong?
North of, no, I mean, we're in the middle of the country. We can't be
Well,
north of
but
you.
you're a little bit north of us. You're not low, right? I would say you're a little bit north. I mean, we're smack in the middle, more east, and you're kind of more up west north, right?
Do you not know where Nebraska's at?
I know where Nebraska is, but are you aligned with us? You're not aligned with us.
So you're talking about if you went straight over?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
We're still lower than you.
Are you still lower than us?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't have a map in front of me. But anyways, I don't know.
So you're saying you failed geography?
No, I didn't feel. Honestly, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long week for me. We're in the middle of the week, and we still have a full week to go. I'm doing some interesting events over the weekend. So there it is. So we see Colorado over there, and we see New York, and there we are, Nebraska. Actually, I would say you're more. We're kind of even. I would say. I think you're more elevated. Actually, I would say you're more elevated than we are. I would. That in that map, for what we see in that map, and if anybody is not watching or looking at the screen right now, Nebraska is a little bit higher than New York. That's what I would say. But again, nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. It is a unusual time for sports, and I've said this many times. We have the preseason, which is over now. Now we're figuring out what team or who is dropping who. Where are some of these guys going now that they're off of waivers? Are they going to be traded? As we've seen a couple of trades over the last few days. So there's a lot of things going on with the NFL, and we have the NFL right around the corner. Next week is the first game of the season. Actually, on Thursday, we have Kansas City. So I'm sorry, it's not Kansas City. It's the Eagles and the Cowboys, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right? It's Eagles and the Cowboys. And I think on Friday, it's Kansas City and the LA Chargers. And again, Kansas City seems to be a team that likes to play on Fridays because this isn't the first time over the last 2 years that they've had a Kansas City game on Friday. So interesting. So again, going back to what the weather is unique right now. This is something that I enjoy, this kind of weather. This is San Diego weather. It's between 70 and 75 and naturally year round over there in San Diego. This is the kind of weather that people love. So, and if you're a surfer, this is great weather because the waves are high. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's a full moon, but it's close to a full moon right now tonight. So it's an interesting week that we have lined up for you guys and for sports. And we have a load of sports next week. So we have, do we have anything lined up next week for guests?
Nathan's got a guy, Josh Booty, I believe his name is.
Okay, so
MLB and NFL player.
All right, so and we're going to get a lot of NFL guys coming on in the next couple of weeks because obviously the NFL season is right here, and baseball is starting to pick up because we have the baseball playoffs, which is a few weeks away. So you have October, and then you have the NHL. NHL preseason starts in about a week or two. And the NBA too. So this is the best time for sports. If you're a sports fan, this is where it picks up. I'm watching, you know when sports is down, when you're watching the U.S. Open. No offense to tennis fans. This is not the time.
I love the U.S. Open.
I live right over here. I live over there by Queens. I think Queens is literally like 45 minutes away from us. So, and I've been to the U.S. Open. I've been invited. I've had press passes to check out some of the matches over there. I think it was 2 years ago when I went to my first U.S. Open match. So it was fun. I got a chance to see Serena and Venus Williams play. I also watched a couple of double games. So, but this is not, when you watch and everybody is talking about, obviously, tennis, this is not the best time for sports. But the UFC is still here, and you have boxing. As Jake Paul is fighting Tank, which is an absolute pathetic match. I don't know why Tank would actually want to fight Jake Paul, being that Jake Paul is a heavyweight and Tank is like 30, 40 pounds less than he is. So that's going to be interesting. And I do believe Tank can knock out Jake Paul. And as we get closer to November, with the first 2 weeks of November, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the fight is November 13th or the 14th, we will get into the Jake Paul and Tank fight. So Tank Davis, who I thought at one point in the beginning of the year, he was probably the top 2, top 3 fighter until the last fight that he had, which I believe he lost, even though it was a draw. So we will get into a little bit of that a little bit later in the year. I would say November. So at 8:45, we'll be talking to Mile High Huddle, Broncos, and NFL analyst Lance Sanderson. He will be joining us. Lance has been on the show quite a few times. And there it is. November 14th is the fight in Atlanta. And it's going to be a great, great fight because it's going to sell out probably in the next 2 or 3 weeks when the tickets go on sale. Just so he knows how to sell his MVP. That's his company. They know how to market their product. I'm not saying anything bad about Jake Paul when it comes to his marketing skills. Just his boxing skills are a little bit less than something to brag about. At 9:45, we'll be talking to Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect. Yes, if you don't know his father and his grandfather, Cecil and the one and only Prince, Jaden Fielder will be joining us, a third-generation baseball player. So he will be coming on the show. We'll talk a little Milwaukee Brewers baseball, which they're as hot as any team in baseball. It's really the hottest I've seen a baseball team in the last, since the Oakland Athletics, since Moneyball. That was the last time I've seen a team go this hot as fast as they have. So it'll be fun to get into a little bit later with Jaden. I'm sure he has his own thoughts to his team and where and when he's going to be called up to the Milwaukee Brewers. Micah Parsons saga continues. NFL insider Jordan Schultz reports that the Cowboys and Micah Parsons are still far apart from a new deal. Head coach Brian Schottenheimer says he still expects Parsons to play week 1 against the Eagles, but will not play his normal amount of snaps as he needs time to play and some, obviously, ramp-ups. Parsons, on the other hand, has made no such comments about playing, and the Schultz report mentioned that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys did not even contact his agent during these negotiations, which Parsons said was laughable. This led to Hall of Fame cornerback Darrelle Revis to take shots at the one and only Jerry Jones. Says he has been disrespectful to Parsons and his agent, and that the NFLPA should file a grievance against him. The report also states that Jerry Jones responded to that report, saying that Parsons' agent was trying to increase the Cowboys' record-setting offer even more. NFL Pro Football Talks' Mike Florio reports that Parsons filed a lawsuit against the Cowboys earlier this year over a $2.6 million difference in expected salary this year on his 5th-year option. Ian Rappaport said that on the Pat McAfee show that he believes that the Packers are interested in trading for Micah Parsons, as did former Packers fullback John Kahn. Kahn says that the Packers would be willing to go all in a deal for Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is one of the best defensive players in the league. He's sensational. He really is. He's got a great personality. He has his own podcast. The problem with Micah Parsons is he's too interested in speaking up too much in the public eye. I love the fact that he has his own theories to who he is as a player, and he likes to compare himself to guys like TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. He is nowhere a comparable player to TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is, to me, one of the best defensive linemen in the league. TJ Watt could be moved on any parts of the line. You could put him at linebacker. You could put him at middle. You could put him at the end linebacker. You could put him at defensive end. You could put him as nose tackle because of his athletic ability. No, he's not as big as most of those nose tackles, but you can put him on any part of that line and shift him. He will dominate. He's so athletic. The way I look at Micah Parsons, he's undersized. He is an outside linebacker who can play defensive end. He could stop the run. He can go at the quarterback and go after the quarterback every single time. The problem with Micah Parsons, and we've seen this year, last year and the last 2 years, especially in the playoffs, when he gets double and triple teams, he can't do nothing. And the problem with the Cowboys right now is they have no depth defensively. None. There's nothing there right now for the Cowboys. So they're depending on Micah Parsons to come back and be Micah Parsons. When you miss practically the whole preseason, you miss OTAs, you haven't really practiced with the team, you show up and you're sitting on the sidelines pouting about how much money you should be making. You go on different podcasts and you throw your team and your organization under the bus. You're fighting with Jerry Jones, a guy, and listen, I'm not a Jerry Jones fan personally, but the guy spends his money. He pays his players. He could go right now in free agency and pick up whoever he wants and spend that money. Instead, he's trying to negotiate a deal with Micah Parsons, even though he could trade Micah Parsons and get a first and possibly a second for him. Darrelle Revis coming out and taking shots at Jerry Jones, not surprising. Jerry Jones is the kind of guy that has attacked certain players over the years because he feels that owners should be in control of the pay. Darrelle Revis, what did he do to the New York Jets? Do you remember the Rex Ryan era? Darrelle Revis wanted that extension. During preseason, he didn't play. If you watched Hard Knocks, the first Hard Knocks the New York Jets were on, Darrelle Revis negotiated a deal with Rex Ryan and Woody Johnson in a diner. Because the Jets did not want to pay Darrelle Revis and extend him to a 4-year contract. The Jets were willing to go 2 to 3 years. He wanted 4. The Jets agreed to 4 after the fact. Darrelle Revis, obviously knowing that he was in the driver's seat, he's at the time, he was the best corner in football. Coming off of tremendous seasons, having guys like Cromartie and a defense as good as Rex Ryan's defense, back-to-back AFC titles. You're thinking, and you go back to what Jerry Jones is as an owner and a guy that really stands for something for the NFL. He knows his players are worth every penny that he gives them. Micah Parsons knows that Jerry Jones is going to pay him. Micah Parsons just wants to be in the driver's seat and make sure that he's threatening Jerry Jones and letting everybody know that he is the man. He is the guy. And nobody, including Jerry Jones, is going to tell him otherwise. Schultz, Ian Rappaport, Mike Florio, all guys that are going to reach out to a guy like Micah Parsons because Micah Parsons has a really good connection with all those guys, including Pat McAfee, and slip interesting segments, comments to these guys. Why? Because they're going to mention it on their show. Micah Parsons right now is one of the biggest superstars right now in the NFL. And he knows that Mike Florio is going to speak about that on his podcast. He knows that Pat McAfee is going to speak about that on ESPN. So, of course, he's going to make sure that the Cowboys know that he has his own grievance to what he is not getting paid right now, and he's going to go after every single penny. He wants to make $6 million more than TJ Watt, who just got his big contract from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is he worth it? He's younger than TJ Watt. Is he better than TJ Watt? Not a chance in hell, like I just said. You have to look at the way the NFL works. And I know fans are going to tell me, well, guess what? If one quarterback is making more money than another guy, he must be better. That's not how the NFL works. It's not. If a quarterback makes money in 2025, that's worth about $35 million. When a quarterback becomes a free agent in 2026, if he's half decent, he's going to make $40 million. That's how the NFL works. Even though the other guy the year before is better than the guy that's going to get paid $4 million more, the NFL believes that you set the number and the number will be pushed the next year. And that's what Micah Parsons sees himself right now. TJ Watt got paid. Myles Garrett got paid. Hendrickson didn't get an extension. He got a 1 year, $30 million. Honestly, if you were to ask me right now, who's better, Trey Hendrickson or Micah Parsons, I'm taking Trey Hendrickson. The youth is what you're going to look at. Micah Parsons is a lot younger. But who's been more important to their defense over the last 2 seasons? It's Trey Hendrickson. It's Trey. So you go back and you argue the points. And again, Micah Parsons has his own opinion towards everything. And Micah Parsons is not going to beat around the bush. Micah Parsons is probably one of the more likely people that are going to go out and throw his team under the bus. He wants to be traded. I understand the Packers would love to add a guy like Micah Parsons, and they probably give up the farm for Micah Parsons. I could see Micah Parsons getting traded for 2 first-round draft picks because somebody like Green Bay, who thinks they're one player or a defensive lineman away from being an elite team, they would do whatever it takes to get him. They have Jordan Love. They have the offense they believe that can go all the way this year. They added Matthew Golden in the first round this past year, who they believe is a number 1. They couldn't move Watson before, obviously, the preseason, so now they have him. They got Reed. They're loaded. They're ready to win and have one of the more efficient running backs in all of the NFL. If they had Micah Parsons, you're arguing or even probably comparing them to the Eagles now when it comes to all-around talent. So now you go back to the lawsuit, and I know everybody's going to have their own opinion, to $2.6 million. $2.6 million to a guy like Micah Parsons is chump change. It's nothing. Micah Parsons right now, with the endorsements and sponsorships he's getting for his podcast, is worth tens of millions of dollars. This guy is making hand over fist money. And that's why you look at the Kelce's and you look at Travis. The only reason why Travis came back is because he wants to prove that he's not washed up and he wants to win another Super Bowl. This is his final year. He lost 25 pounds. He's engaged now. The money means nothing. He just got a $100 million contract with his brother. The fact is, these guys are making money no matter what they're doing. Micah just wants to make that contract that's going to set him and his family up for the next century. And that's the way he looks at it. Is he wrong? No. Micah Parsons deserves the money. Do I think Jerry Jones is going to pay him? Yes. Do I think he's going to get traded? No. I know a lot of Cowboy fans are upset at him right now, including the Beef, coming out and saying, just trade him. I don't want to deal with this anymore. He's not as good as he thinks he is. Meanwhile, over the last 3 years, Cowboy fans were trying to compare him to TJ Watt, compare him to Myles Garrett as the elite 3, as what they were calling him over the last 2 years. Well, he's not elite 3. He's not in the elite 3. I could put maybe 2 or 3 guys in front of Micah Parsons now, because until Micah Parsons proves himself as a playoff-born player, he, to me, is not worth the money TJ Watt got.
Now, you look at the Parsons trajectory when it comes to playoff teams, like you're saying, the 49ers, the Eagles, teams that have good game planning things have always done well against him. And that's the thing that I think that's held him back in his career the most. And disappearing at the end of the game, at the end of the season as well, late in the season, has been a big key for a lot of Cowboys players. And that's why the Cowboys, there's a reason they haven't made the NFC Championship game since 1996. Now, he does provide the versatility. He does provide the all-around game that you want to see a superstar player do. And obviously the analogy right now, market-wise, you want to think is the Khalil Mack trade. Khalil Mack got 2 first.
Why does everybody say this? Why does everybody try to compare him to Khalil Mack? And by the way, that will never happen again. When Khalil Mack got traded, there's no way any team is going to get as much profit back as much as Khalil Mack gave to his former team.
Yeah, the only reason I don't think he will either is because of his injury risk. Obviously, he missed 4 games, not 6 games, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, like he said last year. But Khalil Mack was relatively healthy throughout his career when he got traded from the Raiders. The only thing, it was just the Raiders.
He went to the Chargers.
He went to the Bears. Then he went to
the Bears. That's right. And the Bears, actually, that was their best year. We remember. I remember that was Trubisky, and everybody thought they were going right to the Super Bowl. If they win the first round, I think they go to the Super Bowl, because that was Trubisky's best year. And then he completely fell off.
Right. I remember you actually picked them in the Super Bowl that year.
I did. I absolutely did. I thought they had the best defense in the league, and they had one of the best running games in all of football.
Yeah, they just ran into a tough matchup with the Eagles. The Eagles were so good in the trenches.
Eagles got lucky.
The Eagles were so good in the trenches, though, that year, that it was a tough matchup.
Isn't that the year the Eagles beat the New England Patriots, right?
No, that was the year after.
The Patriots.
Right. The Eagles hung tough in the playoffs. They lost to the Saints in a very close game that next year, and then the Saints got screwed.
Who won the Super Bowl that year?
The Patriots beat the Rams in the Super Bowl.
That's right, the crappy Super Bowl.
The Rams that shouldn't have gotten there with the freaking refs helping them out.
That game was terrible.
That was horrible. Yeah. Was it 13-0?
13-3.
13-3. That's right. They had three points, and I know a lot of people that were playing boxes were absolutely horrified after the game how much money they could have won.
I remember I thought that game was going to be so low scoring. I didn't think that low scoring. That was crazy. But going back to Micah Parsons, though, like he's now exhibiting what the Cowboys are going to do with contract negotiations. Now, it worked with Dak Prescott. He was still practicing. I mentioned they got lucky with CeeDee Lamb, didn't have to pay him as much of the market value insinuated. But we've seen the Cowboys drag that kind of thing out with both with players and with coaches, where we've heard, everyone's going to use the Cowboys as a leverage point because Jerry Jones is going to highball everybody. And this is the case now you're looking at with Micah Parsons. He sets this record-setting offer, and yet it's still not done yet. Why? Because he's nitpicking on $2.6 million. He's nitpicking on guaranteed money, things that should not happen in today's NFL. So for the reasons of that being, Micah Parsons is going to still force his hand with the trade. Now, from the Packers standpoint, it makes a ton of sense. Jamie Lee in the comment sections, I've mentioned Trey Hendrickson of the Packers as being a great move if the Bengals were to trade him. So there's going to be edge rusher market.
He'll be up in free agency next year. The Bengals are not moving him because the Bengals have a chance right now to make the playoffs. And if they make the playoffs, they can make a run with the offense that they have with Higgins and Jamar. And I think Joe Burrow, if he stays healthy this year with the players that he has around him, I don't know about the running game. I think the Bengals could absolutely go to the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be an offensive juggernaut with a defense that, as long as it's like league average, probably should be good. Because the Bengals defense, when they went to the Super Bowl, was not amazing either. Like it was probably 12th or 13th in the NFL. But with Parsons, in the case of the Cowboys, they're going to lose a little more leverage where you're right. They're not getting the Khalil Mack value. They're going to get a first and a second, maybe a future like other picks after that. And the Packers, from their standpoint, should go all in. They badly need edge rushing because they got good middle of the field defense. They have good defensive tackles, but not much else besides that.
Yeah, it's weird to me, the number they're throwing out there, and you're complaining about 2.6. But I mean, realistically, what I've always asked guys this, like, realistically, what can you do with that amount of money that you can't do with the 2.6, right? But realistically for Parsons, like, what do you think that number sit like where he would be like okay and not be like, I'm going to demand a trade and do whatever, because he obviously has a platform to throw him under the bus in any way he chooses. But I always like, okay, are you more comfortable in like the thing that a lot of people don't understand with these contracts too is you may get more money in a certain place, but there's so many different ramifications that go with it. Do they have a state tax? Do they have certain things? So you may in turn get paid more, but you actually collect less in a paycheck depending on where you're at demographically. So there's so many things that people don't look at when they're looking at this number per se of, state tax, federal tax, like all these other things that go into it. So I always just like, okay, we're crying over spilled milk in 2.6 in the whole scheme of things, right? But where, okay, you're going to get traded now, it's a higher tax. So you're really, that 2.6 turns into more, or it turns into less. You got to actually sign for more money to basically make up for what it is. So realistically, what's your number? Are you thinking about these things? Are you just looking at the end goal of like, I want to be the highest paid because I deserve that?
I think it's going to be a little higher, Jabba, because of how the Cowboys have treated him. I mentioned, I think when we first talked about the story about a month ago, that he probably is going to have to get 47 a year from the Cowboys at this point to drive it up. Now, from another team, he might not have to take that as much, but he's going to be the highest paid nevertheless. It's just a matter of how much.
Just because the NFL is like that. Yeah. The NFL has been doing this over and over and over again. Now, TJ Watt set the bar. That's how it goes. And now Hendrickson, and you look at it, and that's why Hendrickson.
Do you like the Hendrickson for other guys for signing only the 1-year deal?
I feel bad for Hendrickson because he's getting up there in age. He's 30 years old. He's going to be 31 at the end of the season, and he'll be 1 year of age. So now he's looking for that big contract. Is he ever going to get it? Now teams are looking at, well, how many years do you have left at the top of your game? If he has another 16 or 17 sack season, you're going to say, well, that's 3 seasons in a row that I have 17 sacks. So now I deserve the money. Not necessarily. Teams are going to look at, well, now you're 1 year older. And again, are you going to be able to, are you going to be able to do that again? Are you going to be able to put up another 17 sacks? Are we going to bet on that? The bet is you're probably going to have 5 or 6 less sacks than you did the last 3 years. So why would we pay for that? And that's why I feel bad for Hendrickson, because Hendrickson right now is one of the best pass rushers in the league. And the numbers wouldn't lie to that. He has been, last year he led the league in sacks. The year before he was amongst the top 3 in the league. So why shouldn't he get the money? Well, now the Bengals are looking at it and saying, well, we're in the driver's seat. We have control of it. We're going to give you this because we think you're worth this, but you're still not getting that kind of money.
The multi-year deal, right?
You're not getting the kind of money Myles Garrett or the years Myles Garrett is going to get. Remember, Myles Garrett is getting up there in age too. How old is Myles? I think he's 29 years old. How much younger is he to Trey Hendrickson? A year?
It's the same draft class, so it's probably going to be a year difference.
Year difference.
He's 29, yeah.
Yeah, so a year difference, and he's getting a multi-year deal. Is he that much better than Trey Hendrickson has been in the last 2 seasons? The answer would be no. And Myles Garrett, say whatever you want. The Browns are not a good team, but guess what? The Browns are still a fairly good defensive line. They really are. They have good defensive line players on that line. Who's on the line for the Bengals? Everybody knows Hendrickson is the best guy on that line, and he's still dominating. He's still dominating on that side. You can move him anywhere on that line. He's going to dominate. That's the problem right now. Because if I was Trey Hendrickson, I'm going to the Browns and saying, look, Myles Garrett's got this guy on the line. He's got that guy on the line. Who do I have on the line? And there's anybody would start on our defensive line right now if they went to another top team.
But Errol, I think that goes to your point, though, like of feeling bad for him because, yeah, he can say that. So now it's like the teams now are going to look at it and be like, okay, yeah, you didn't have that. So they're attacking you more. So now there's more bumps and bruises. I didn't even think about it from that perspective. That makes sense because now, I mean, you as an owner, too, now you look at it and it's like, well, now you go look at tape and it's like, well, yeah, you were double teamed and you had all this stuff. Like, yeah, that you're going to take a beating more so. And now you're X amount of years older. I guess I didn't even think about it from that perspective.
I feel bad for him.
Cincinnati has also made the mistake of doing the same thing we saw the Giants and the Raiders do with Saquon and Josh Jacobs. They gave him that 1 year kind of transition, alleged franchise tag. It wasn't technically a franchise tag, but you knew they were disgruntled from the beginning. And the Bengals, I talked about the ownership with my What's That Smell on Monday too. Like it looked like finally when Burrow got there, they were starting to evolve more into newer concepts, evolve more into the modern game. And now they're going back to the things that made them dysfunctional and cheap at certain points at the end of Marvin Lewis's tenure.
And again, Marvin Lewis, and we could go to the Bengals and what the Bengals had when Marvin Lewis was there. Marvin Lewis had a prolific type of defense. Oh, yeah. They were as good as any defense in the NFL, and also evil. As we all know, Dante Perfect was on the team, and he was trying to take people's heads off. And then you had, who was the other guy that was going to strip bars?
Pac-Man Jones.
Pac-Man Jones, another idiot that was out there acting like a complete jackass. So we've seen the Bengals. They're an organization that don't know how to take care of their players. The only players they've taken care of over the last couple of years is Joe Burrow and his 2 guys. His 2 guys that he already said he doesn't want to play with anybody else but these 2 guys. And that's Higgins and Jamar Chase. And Jamar Chase right now, last year after the season he had, if you look at fantasy, he was the number 1 guy in every single fantasy board. Is he going to be able to put those numbers up like he did last year after getting his contract? I don't know. We've seen guys get their contract years and they're not the same players. Justin Jefferson the year before had his contract. Did he have the numbers he had the year before that? No. So I'm not saying Justin Jefferson was packing it up. I'm just saying that once you get that contract, are you going to play as harder? Are you going to put your body on the line? That's the question that I would have to guys like Jamar Chase. If Jamar Chase lays up a lousy goose egg this year and he only has 1,200 yards from the year before where he had almost 1,500 yards. So it's different, and I want to see how these guys play. And Micah Parsons, you want your money? Go out there and play the game. Go out there and show people what you're worth. You're still a very high-value player, and teams are going to go after you. Are they willing to pay you and trade away stock, draft stock, to land you? That's the question. NFL ends the Brady rules for Tom Brady on Fox. The Athletic Andrew Marchand reports that the NFL will lift their media ban on Tom Brady, and he will now be allowed to attend NFL on Fox production meetings, which coaches and teams, despite an active role in ownership of the Las Vegas Raiders. Brady will still be banned from attending team practices and criticizing league officials according to the NFL bylaws. Commissioner, I love this one, Roger Goodell said that Tom Brady was very cooperative when it came to wanting to follow the rules on his broadcast deal, leading to Goodell, who suspended Brady for a 4-game suspension for Deflategate. Remember that? Once upon a time. To say that Brady's good behavior led them to loosening the Tom Brady rules, even though several NFL owners were opposed to it. Chiefs owner Clark Hunt says that Brady shouldn't be granted this special treatment and was advocating against having Brady broadcast the Super Bowl last year. Brady is entering his year 2 of his 10-year, $375 million broadcast contract with the one and only Fox Sports. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this shows you how corrupt the NFL is. If you want to sell what the NFL is, this, ladies and gentlemen, is every bit of it. I look at this story, and it just makes me sick to my stomach. Sick to my stomach. So you're going to tell me right now, Tom Brady can own 10% or whatever he owns of stock of the Raiders, and now be allowed to go into the locker room, now be allowed to talk to the players, now be allowed to talk to the coaches. How does that make sense? He's allowed to broadcast the games of his own team? How is that fair? The NFL and the owners should be pounding on this and saying, no, 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 no. But Roger Goodell, who works for the owners, is making his own decisions behind this. Now, I do believe that Tom Brady's a good guy. He seems like it. He's not playing anymore. He's got a lot to say on social media. He's attacking golfers, tennis players. What's next? What's next for Tom Brady? Here's the problem right now, in my eyes, when it comes to Tom Brady. Because Tom Brady is considered the GOAT of the NFL. He stands for being a face of the NFL for over 25 years. Roger Goodell has looked past the whole Brady situation with Deflategate and Spygate and the whole Patriots thing. But the fact is, are the Baltimore Ravens happy about this? Not a chance. If you look at the Baltimore Ravens over the years, trying to beat up the Patriots on all these different rules that they were picking or trying to find that was not in the rule book that worked for them. Remember that? How about this? Remember Indianapolis? Remember, I remember this when Baltimore went to Indianapolis to complain about the Patriots and the way they play, and that's why they got in trouble with Deflategate. The NFL and owners need to work together on this. They need to sit and figure out what makes sense for the league. Now, Tom Brady is a spokesman for the NFL. He's a good one. He's a great player. He's also a card collector, as we all know, as Niffin knows, because he was going around chasing him from his rear end. The fact is,
surprised he didn't have his leash.
That's true. I didn't.
Tom Brady's too good to evade the leash.
That's a good time for this drop. And I'm trying to.
I'm putting you on a leash
there
now.
You go. There's a leash. But the fact is, Roger Goodell is a guy that has like some kind of feelings for Tom Brady and Robert Kraft. He has this connection with Tom Brady and Roger Goodell. I'm sorry, Robert Kraft. And remember the last time that this was going on, Roger Goodell was going after the Patriots because he didn't drop the hammer on the Patriots because of the Spygate. So he had to do something. Baltimore and Indianapolis and the owners were not going to allow the Patriots to get away with this. So what did they do? They went after Brady and Deflategate because Brady and his wife were disposing their phones, so they were lying about something, which is an absolute ridiculous story. There was no proof that Tom Brady had anything on his phones that was going to encrypt him. Roger Goodell wanted to make himself look like he was being a good commissioner and that he was doing the right thing for the NFL. The NFL right now is a money-making machine. It's a business.
Yeah, but hold on. You said that they're doing their phone, whatever, but they found John Gruden's emails from like how many years before?
I'm gonna get to that.
Oh, okay. I was just like,
I'm moving into that. Don't worry, it's coming. Roger Goodell has come out over the last year or two saying that the NFL is all about the players and the players' health and the situation with CTE. We're doing everything we can to make sure that the players are safe and they're not going to put themselves in harm's way. We're changing rules. We're changing the game for it to be better and safer for the player. And then recently, a gunman crosses the country from Arizona to New York and goes to the NFL offices to try to kill NFL executives. And Roger Goodell, after the whole fact of the story came out and the story was practically done, Roger Goodell didn't apologize, really. He really didn't. He pretty much said, we just have to raise security awareness. We need to make sure that there are more security guards and more cops around our vicinity to protect our employees. He never really nailed what really happened in that story. Now, the kid had nothing to do with CTE and with the NFL. Maybe he had CTE. Maybe they tested his brain. He had CTE playing high school sports. That had nothing to do with the NFL, but the fact that the NFL has come out and not done the right thing to players, and players have beaten around the bush. We've had players on this show. They've beaten around the bush for the last couple of years. Speedy will tell you. Some of them will tell you right straight to your face that the NFL are pieces of garbage, and most of them will say, well, the NFL has been good to me. They've helped me and my family. After the fact, I get a chance to talk to a psychiatrist. So friggin' what? So friggin' what? And then we go to the John Gruden story, which John Gruden, by the way, won after how many years of negotiations and fighting in court. That the NFL and Roger Goodell and Schneider and owners and executives threw one guy under the bus. John Gruden, who's been a face for ESPN and broadcasting and coaching for the NFL. John Gruden, who got the biggest contract in NFL history for a coach by the Vegas Raiders, $100 million, who, by the way, is laughing to the bank because the NFL are a bunch of jackasses like Roger Goodell. How does a story like that go out to the open? All these executives who were on the call, all the coaches, all the different owners that were on those messages, none of them came out but John Gruden? Why? Why is that story interesting to you? I'm going to tell you why. This is my opinion, guys. My opinion why I think John Gruden was the one that was thrown to the wolves. John Gruden, over the last 20 years, has been against the NFL and Roger Goodell on the rule changes and the growth of the sport for the better of the players. He's come out many, many times for the college players that come from college and go to the NFL, that he believes that college players should be getting paid more. College players should be taken care of, going from Division I and coming from Division I football and going to the NFL. They're not getting taken care of enough when it comes to health. They're not getting taken care of enough when it comes to signing bonuses. And he said, and he's come out and said his feelings towards everything over the last couple of years on the way these players are being coached by teams and owners. And because he's done that, and because he came out, John Gruden came out and said some derogatory things. And I'm not saying that John Gruden was right about anything that he said. John Gruden, is he a racist? Absolutely a racist. Is John Gruden the only guy that's a racist in the NFL? Not a chance in hell. I could tell you, and just by seeing and hearing how many people were on those messages, and there were about 80 of them, I would say about 50% of the league, owners and executives, are racist. But John Gruden was the one that got smacked around. Why? Because Roger Goodell didn't like him. Roger Goodell couldn't stand him. Roger Goodell loves Tom Brady and wants to get on his hands and knees and suck him off. Okay? So Tom Brady's now, these rules that have been in the rule book for 50 years, that if you own a piece of the team, you cannot broadcast those teams' games, not be allowed to go into the locker rooms to talk to coaches and players, all of a sudden is waived off told that it doesn't exist anymore because of the great Tom Brady? What a joke. The NFL should be ashamed of themselves. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If I was an owner of this league, if I was owning one of these teams, the Browns, the Tennessee Titans, the New York friggin' Jets, Woody Johnson, what a name, by the way, Woody Johnson, I'm going to the league and saying, okay, why is it that Tom Brady has his own rules? He can do whatever he wants. And my team, over the years, have been a clown organization because your league and your executives have not given us the proper respect and the proper back end of respect for my team and my team's success. That's the problem right now with the NFL. If it's a love fest. If Goodell loves you, Goodell will take care of you. If Goodell hates you, Goodell will throw you to the wolves. It's pretty simple, guys. And you want to know something? That's why I love Jerry Jones. That's why I love Jerry Jones. Because Jerry Jones, say whatever you want. Jerry Jones don't give a rat's ass what Roger Goodell or any owner thinks. If he thinks it's right, he's going to do whatever it takes to make sure that those rules and those sponsors and advertisements that he is going to reach out and connect himself to is going to make him rich, just like the NFL does for their logo and their brand. That's why Jerry Jones speaks out, and that's why Jerry Jones I fell in love with after that documentary. I'm absolutely in love with you. I'm boning, man. I am absolutely popping a boner for Jerry Jones, ladies and gentlemen. I love him. I love him. He's the best owner right now in the NFL because he's the only one that stands up for his own thoughts and rights. And that's something that Robert Kraft hasn't done or any of the owners done. And by the way, John Mara, yeah, the Giant fans out there, what did he stand up for? His father was behind, him and the Rooneys were behind the growth of the NFL and the success of the NFL. Where are they? Where are the Rooneys? Where is the Mara family? Why haven't they stood out and stuck out and attacked this story? You know why? Because it's Tom Brady. It's a love fest. That's what the NFL does. They kiss former players' asses, especially guys that you call the GOAT, which, by the way, he is not the GOAT.
So you look at the case of the Chiefs, I think, is the main thing that, okay, I guess there's going to be rivalries because it's a Raiders ownership group and the Chiefs. Oh, I don't want him broadcasting in my Super Bowl too. So he's the only one I think that you look at is maybe taking action to that level because it's exactly what you said. Maybe that they're scared of that kind of thing. They want the money to come in because they're collective owners and they're not advocating for the fact that this is absolutely selective. Like none of these other ex-players that are broadcasters, none of these other ex-players that are coaches, they're not getting that kind of treatment from the NFL. And they're going to have all kinds of things. You talk about players like MICAH Parsons and stuff having podcasts. Like there's going to be other instances of that kind of thing where these former players are going to have these bigger shows. These former players are going to be on Fox Sports and Fox Sports 1. You have freaking Keyshawn Johnson and Damian Woody all over the place. Like,
why is Keyshawn on any broadcast?
I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, is Keyshawn...
What has he won? He won one Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He actually went to Tampa because he knew he wasn't going to win it anywhere else.
Sure.
So he bought his way over there to Tampa after calling Wayne Corbett, who, by the way, was a better player than he was, called him a flashlight. And then he pushes his way out of New York to go to a Tampa Bay Buccaneers team that had probably 4 Hall of Famers on the defensive side of the ball.
Right.
What a joke.
Yeah, maybe those are bad examples. Let's go to like Randy Moss.
Yeah, it's a bad example.
Randy Moss, obviously one of the best receivers of all time. You got somebody like maybe not definitively a Hall of Famer. I think he's a Hall of Famer. LaShawn McCoy is now on Fox Sports. I think he's a Hall of Famer. And they're not getting that same kind of treatment that Tom Brady is, because Tom Brady is so popular. He's, the greatest quarterback of all time in most people's eyes, where you could debate whatever. He's getting all this special treatment because he has a 10% ownership stake with the Raiders. Like, that's what you're getting at. So now you're going to have him broadcast, get insights that way of players and coaches that now could be distributed to his guys, could be distributed to other Fox Sports guys that might have that kind of leeway, and you're going to make that kind of thing a legal thing to do that. it makes no sense to give it just to Tom Brady and nobody else that works in football media. It's very selective, and you're right. It shows how corrupt the NFL really is when they're tracking down on everyone else. And I said the same thing with suspensions too. They're very selective with suspensions as well with players. They just love to pick, oh, this guy plays for a big name team. This guy's a star. Let's only suspend him 4 games. Meanwhile, somebody else for the same penalty gets 10 games. Makes no sense.
None of it does.
No, well, when you're judge, jury, and executioner, he kind of, and the crazy part is when it comes down to, it's exactly what you said. It's who he wants to pick on it. And like, hey, let's make up a fine. It's $34,264 because that's a number I like. Like,
or a random drug test too.
Yeah, like, oh, random, right? It's random. It's always weird to me, like when they do and get involved. Like you saw, like in basketball, when Jay-Z owned part of the Nets and then became an agent, he had to get rid of his stake, and that's how the NBA did it. Well, in baseball, we've seen it too with Bud Selig, but technically his daughter had it, but he still had an office while he owned the Brewers, but technically it was his daughter. So, but that's also different the way, exactly like you guys said, the NFL is, because they pick and choose who they want to pick on or don't pick on. And does it leave a bad taste in the mouth if they go after Tom Brady and he's doing this? Do I think it's a little weird? Yeah, to an extent, because it's like, if I'm an owner of a team, I want to be, I want to be embedded in it. I want to be a part of it. Like, but also I'm not going to be an idiot. Like, oh, I'm making $37.5 million. Let me not burn any bridges here, because some of that money is what's paying for this ownership. So the NFL is so weird to me, how like there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. Like when it comes to a fine or a drug test, like you said, Speedy, it's like, okay, you can just, I'm sitting having my morning coffee. This came across let's fine him 52,300 and there's 8 cents on my desk. Or, this dude has gone off in the last 2 weeks. Let me pick up my Jolly Rancher. Yep, he took a pill. Let's give him a drug test. Like, it's just, it's so interesting how nothing has changed, because he gets paid by the owners. So if he pisses the owners off, right, then what's going to happen to him? So it's the NFL has been super weird to me in the way they handle those things.
Jabba, you know what really bothers me is, how does the fact that the Fox Sports or the broadcast is giving this guy a 10-year, $375 million contract,
and he never done it before either.
Never done it before, because they compare his skill to Tony Romo, who is right now the best broadcaster right now.
And what's Romo getting?
$30 million a year, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
35, I think. Yeah.
It's something in the 30s. Speedy, why you? Yeah, I have Fish trying to correct me on how many defensive players were on the Super Bowl championship team. I said 4, and then he has to look it up. And then I say 30, and you say 35. It doesn't matter. Tony Romo's making about $30 to $35 million. I don't know the exact number. He's not making Tom Brady money. Tom Brady got a 10-year, $75 million contract. Here's the thing. Tom Brady's never done it before. Tom Brady's making more money in the 10-year span as a broadcaster than he ever made as a player. Think about it. The guy's never done it before. Never spoke on a mic. Never said anything when it came to, except winning a Super Bowl and speaking to the fans when he's hoisting up the Lombardi Trophy. They're giving him $375 million. And I'm not taking shots at Fox. Listen, Fox is going to pay him whatever they want. And I don't disagree with if he's the GOAT and he's going to draw people to come and watch your broadcast, then so be it.
Do you think he really draws that much though? Like I love listening to Tony Romo.
I don't know the numbers.
There's some guys I thoroughly enjoy listening to. Like there's some guys that could talk and they could put me to bed reading the ABCs. And there's other guys I guess you're paying for the name and what he's done, I guess. So it's.
Well, I think Tom Brady has a lot of people that love him, especially women. He draws a lot of women to the television. For some reason, they have a fetish for him, Tommy Boy, or whatever the hell they love about him. Him and his bare chest. I mean, now I see more Tom Brady shirtless pictures than I've ever seen on social media. For some reason, he's hanging out on the beach, hanging out with his supermodel girlfriend. Great for him. I wish him nothing but the best. He's 40, 45, 46 years old, still looks as good as he does. His diet is impeccable. You have guys
Well,
like,
he has his own, what is it, TB12 or whatever it is?
you know who follows that now? Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has been following it for the last 3 seasons. And that's great. If it works for him, it can work for everybody. Great for him. And he's doing so many good things, Tom Brady, off the football field. But to pay him $375 million when he's never done it before, what makes him have the rights to get that kind of money?
And you think Spencer Rattler's worth $375 million when he's done?
Oh, I have a lot to say about Spencer Rattler in a little bit, a little while. Okay, I'll get into the whole Spencer Rattler situation. But the fact, Fish, calm down, relax, relax. Wow. $375 million is a lot of money to pay a guy that has no experience. To me, it really bothers the hell out of me. And the NFL needs to understand one thing and one thing only. Is it worth being attacked by fans on social media that don't like Tom Brady, that don't like the Patriots, when you're changing rules and laws that the NFL has held for over 50 years for Tom Brady because he's a former GOAT or former superstar that the NFL has provided to be the face of their networks for 20 years, 25 years of his existence. I think it's wrong. I think the NFL needs to be a little bit more understanding that just because it's Tom Brady, you have to follow the rules, you have to follow the guidelines. And that's why the NFL is as big as it is now as a business and as an organization and a corporation that has grown to be the biggest and the strongest in professional sports. So I think that the NFL needs to understand that people are not going to be happy about that. Speaking of Spencer Rattler, Saints named Spencer Rattler their starter. The New Orleans Saints head coach Kellen Moore named Spencer Rattler as the starting quarterback Tuesday after beating out second-round draft pick Tyler Shough and Jake Haener. Shough will be the backup quarterback after Haener was cut by the team before the 4 p.m. deadline on Tuesday after struggling in his final preseason game. Moore said the keys behind naming Rattler starter were his consistency and decision-making, although Shough's development has been good this summer. Although Rattler and Shough had similar stats in the preseason, it will be the second-year player Rattler who started 7 games last season throwing for 1,317 yards, with 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Rattler, who is famous, was documented in season 3 of the Netflix series QB1, which I couldn't stand, Beyond the Lights, when he was a high schooler. Has now become QB1 down in good old New Orleans to start the 2025 NFL season. Well, everybody knows what I think about Spencer Rattler. I don't think it's hidden. I don't think it's a hidden story. I don't like the kid. I think the kid's a big scumbag. All right. I don't think he's nice. I don't think personally his smiles and on the broadcast trying to make it seem like he's a nice guy. This guy is not a nice guy. I got a chance to see him in QB1. I watched the Netflix QB1 back-to-back seasons, and I saw Justin Fields, and I got a chance to know Justin Fields and why I fell in love with Justin Fields as a high schooler. This guy, I couldn't like. There's nothing about this guy I like. First of all, he's undersized. He's got a good arm, not an accurate arm. As far as a mobile quarterback, he's not as mobile as these elite runners like the Jalen Hurts of the world or Lamar Jacksons or even Josh Allen. He's none of those guys. Does he have the arm strength of a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen? No, he does not. Now, Kellen Moore had to really dig deep into his pockets because Shough and Haener are really not that good. Now, Shough was a guy they drafted early in the second round. They think he's a good player. They think he could be the future of this organization, just not right now. And I think eventually they're going to realize that Rattler's not the guy, and they're going to have to see what Shough could do on a football field. But guess what? They're trying to lose. The Saints want to lose because next year's draft class has 5 quarterbacks that could go in the first round. And we mentioned this. There's a guy on LSU. There's a guy right now that played for that same Carolina team that this idiot played for. The fact is, this guy is an overrated player when he was drafted. I remember when we had experts on the show saying that he could be as good as a second-round draft pick when he fell to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the 4th round. He was not even a 4th-round pick. He's not a good player. This team, the Saints, they're not a good team. They're going to play in front of a good fan base that has a guy who I think is one of the more elite running backs in the league, in Kamara. Alvin Kamara is going to be traded at the trade deadline. He is not going to want to be there. Olave might be traded before the season starts to the New York Jets because that's a storyline that everybody keeps talking about. What does Rattler, Shough, or Haener have to throw to? Absolutely zilch. Nothing. Nothing's there. So what are they playing for? They're playing to lose. So who gives you the best chance to lose? Spencer Rattler, ladies and gentlemen. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Moore, and I'll say this, I don't know what Kellen Moore is going to be as head coach. I've seen what he's done with the Cowboys as an offensive coordinator. I've seen what he's done with the Chargers as an offensive coordinator. He's not very good. How long is it going to take the Saints to realize that? He is not Sean Payton, nor does anybody believe he is going to be Sean Payton. But we do know one thing. Spencer Rattler is not the quarterback of the future of this organization. Shough is not the quarterback of this team's future. And either is Haener, and that's why he's no longer on the team. That's the facts. And and here's the thing. I'm stuttering because I want to say this. And this last thing, and I'm going to make this very simple. If you were to put right now the starting quarterbacks in the NFL from top to bottom for all 30 teams, Spencer Rattler is by far the worst one out of all of them. By far. It's not even close. The guy had, look at these numbers. Just think about it. 1,317 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions in 7 games. Pew. Disgusting. I could take dumps bigger than 1,317 yards in a month. Terrible. Horrible. Garbage.
I don't know how your butthole would feel, but.
Well, let me tell you something. My butthole hasn't felt very good for the last couple of days. I can tell you that. I've been on the ball probably 6 or 7 times today. It's been really, really bad. I've been laying the deuce probably more than any average person has done in a 2-day span. But
it's coming for you, Tommy.
It's been bad. But I don't know. My stomach hasn't been working very well over the last couple of weeks. But anyways, this guy is garbage. This is nothing but a funny story that I know Fish wanted me to yank and make fun of. There's nothing to make fun of. The guy sucks. He sucks. This team's going to suck. They are going to be the team that's going to get the #1 pick next year. You could book this. They're not good. Kamara's going to be playing for another team and another organization before the trade deadline. Olave will be on another team. This team will pretty much cut players off very slowly like a piece of cheese. They're going to, I wouldn't be surprised if they sent half of them to the cheese state of the world, the Green Bay Packers. So,
yeah, they're going to lose a lot, even on the defensive side of the ball, too.
I am a legend.
Cam Jordan's going to be traded. Demario Davis is going to be traded. I feel bad. They've actually drafted some pretty good young defensive players, too. They had already had to let a couple of them go. Zach Bond obviously goes to the Eagles, has that great year last year in Philly. The Giants signing Paulson Adebo this offseason. They have a couple others that are coming up on contracts. Offensive line, too. It's just a thing they've had trouble drafting as a result in the post-Drew Brees era. Those guys are all going to be gone, too. This is a team that's going to go into absolute purgatory. You're absolutely right. This is a quarterback room that is not anywhere close to the next worst starting quarterback in the NFL right now, whoever you could decipher that may be. These are 3 third-string quarterbacks on this team right now. Haener, I thought, had some promise when he came out of college. He was raw, though, and obviously that didn't amount to anything. Rattler entered an Oklahoma system that Errol and I talk about all the time. Lincoln Riley is a QB whisperer. Outside of, again, I mentioned Dylan Gabriel on Monday having a tough time in Oklahoma.
The job was taken from him.
Mm-hmm.
It was taken by, guess who?
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams.
Right.
That's and where does he go? He goes to South Carolina and actually did okay in South Carolina.
He actually had a nice year at South Carolina, beat 3 very good teams and put up some good numbers. That was his best season. And obviously that probably elevated his draft stock, maybe where he was going to be
from 7 to probably 4.
I was going to say a 6th round pick to at least being a competent, maybe he was going to go in the 30 and he'll go in the 4th. Type
He
thing.
always thought he was better than he
Of
really
course.
was. Even when you watch QB1, if you've never seen it on Netflix, go watch it on Netflix. Him and his father and his family, they were so highly praised by where he came from that this guy was the next big thing. He was the next Peyton Manning, the next superstar of the NFL. And this guy got in trouble in high school. He couldn't even finish his final couple of games in high school because he got in trouble doing something, which QB1 never really disclosed what he was doing. Probably something really, really bad. And then goes to play college ball in Oklahoma and didn't last very long with Lincoln Riley. If you don't last long with Lincoln Riley, who really developed quarterback, there's the problem.
Right.
Because he developed Jalen Hurts. He developed Baker Mayfield. He developed Kyler Murray. And he developed now the one and only Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
So if he can't develop him and he had to go to South Carolina to achieve his goals, there's a problem.
Yep. 3 number 1 picks you're looking at. Jalen Hurts, who's a second-round pick that at the time I wasn't as sure about going that high, but we knew he had rushing talent, just was a little more raw with the throwing talent, and went to a good spot, good situation with the Philadelphia Eagles, and now he's become one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, won a Super Bowl. That is the opposite of extreme of what we see with Spencer Rattler, where he had that kind of situation, and this was when still Big 12 defenses were really bad, probably outside of maybe Kansas State and sometimes Texas, and he was still nowhere close to anywhere the best quarterback in the NFL or in college football at that time. He had the one good year at South Carolina. Fine. I gave him credit for that at the time. After that,
I have toilet paper worth more than Rattler.
Yeah, I was going to say. And then your job, is Spencer Rattler going to be $375 million? Yeah, maybe in counterfeit money because that's all he's going to be worth.
You need 30 Spencer Rattlers to get $375 million from a team. Okay. Yeah. He's horrible. What a joke.
I'm surprised you didn't give him a nickname or something already. I felt like he was.
Did.
Oh, what was it?
Ridiculous.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that. And yeah, you could sense some arrogance, I guess, per se, of coming out of high school and what he was. But yeah, like you said, give him credit for the 1 year. Obviously, we saw who pushed him out, and then as we've talked about plenty of times, it's so easy now just to be like, okay, somebody's better than me, or I think they're going to be, I can go somewhere else. I can do this. And now he gets this. I don't know. Do you call it an opportunity or like what? I don't know what, I don't know what you call it. With this team.
Basically a bridge guy to nothing.
The Saints are pretty much saying here's the team, screw it up so we can get the number 1 pick.
Right, that's what I was like. He was the only word that really kind of came, and I was just like, "Oh wow!" I was sitting with a buddy at lunch, and we were talking about it too. And he goes, "Spencer Rattler still playing?" And I was like, "That's kind of why I think we're talking about it." So, yeah, how long do you stay with him? Do you let him wear it and eat it, or like, what do you do?
Until they think Shough is ready, I guess it would be the thing. I don't think it really depends on Rattler's performance at all.
He's perfect for them, though, Errol and Java, because they have to eat it. They've kicked the can down the road with the cap for over a decade, something like that, Speedy, right? They've done these cap tricks forever, just putting themselves in tremendous debt and then finding ways out of it to build a roster. They did it when they still had Breeze on the team. They kicked it down the can, and what do? Now they're just going to throw Spencer Rattler out there until he gets literally broken in half because they're not going to be able to block for him, and he holds onto the ball too long anyway, trying to make hero plays. And it's going to be bad for him. And they're going to be the first overall pick. I agree with you, Errol. I think they're going to be absolutely horrendous. If Kamara gets hurt or if they trade him, I don't know where they get the offense from. I don't know if he's going to get it to Olave, even if he stays there.
It's a perfect year because guess who's going to probably be the number 1 pick of the first round this coming draft? It's going to be the LSU quarterback. So it fits perfectly on how it fits together.
Well, maybe, but there is a guy whose grandfather played in New Orleans that may decide to come out.
No, he's not.
And be the first. If he can go to the Saints, I think he comes out.
I don't.
You don't think so? His hometown?
I don't think there's any chance in hell he goes.
Yeah, they still live there too.
Yeah. Dude, that's hometown. You've got to come out if that happens.
I don't know.
Have you seen some of these names since Drew Brees have left who started for the Saints?
It's been horrible.
Famous
Winston's
Jameis.
one of them. Yeah, he's been one of your favorite guy, Fish.
The
You
Red
have-
Rocket was there too.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I never mentioned we have a very special guest in the studios, and he's a big fan of the show, and he's got a chance to, add a little take to this. You watch football. What do you think about Spencer Rattler, Tom?
What I think about Spencer Rattler, so far I've seen his stats and he's absolutely horrible.
Have you watched him play?
I have not watched him play yet, but I'm going to be watching him play this season, and I'm pretty sure you're going to add to the point that he's absolutely terrible.
Well, he can't run. He barely could throw. The only thing he could do is yell at people on the football field, and he wears this stupid bandana. He's like Baker Mayfield-esque. He tries to be like Baker, and Baker has a little bit more pizzazz than this idiot. This guy goes out. He's just a jackass. He was at the Super Bowl. He was on Radio Row, and Fisher was like, look, it's Spencer Rattler. You want me to get him? I say, if you want me to kill him. I don't even want to speak to him. I had nothing to say to that guy. I don't like him. He just, for some reason, ever since I watched QB1, I can't like a person that's so conceited about himself. I don't even think he realizes how conceited he really is. So, and his father was conceited for him. And if I'm not mistaken, his father played semi-pro football as well. So I'm not positive on that, but his father was his biggest supporter. And they used to go on radio shows and talk about how great his son's going to be, and that he compares his son's skills to Andrew Luck and these other guys. I mean, come on, give me a break. You're probably a poor man's, I don't know, Kellen Moore. You're a poor man's Kellen Moore. That's what you are. You're coach. Remember Kellen Moore in the NFL? What a joke.
How can you be a poor man's Kellen Moore in the NFL? Kellen Moore would
To be fair, I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but was Kellen Moore the quarterback on the Statue of Liberty play for Boise State all those years ago?
I don't think so. I think it was. He was a little later, I believe.
Was he a little later? But he was like a legend at Boise State in college. He played there. He's one of those guys who played like 6 years.
I am a legend.
Like that. You know.
Oh, Lance has a name. Down.
Breaking
Jared
news.
Zabransky.
Oh, it was Zabransky.
Breaking news.
That's right.
I want
That's
first
right.
melons.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have my deuce of the day.
The deuce of the day.
You, not a log. I don't have a log, but
Ladies and gentlemen, my deuce of the day is pretty simple. The story came out yesterday at 3:30 p.m. I was running on a treadmill, and the lines were open as, yes, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are now engaged. What does that smell? It smells like a big deuce coming out of my rear end. Why would I want or care if Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are getting married? The fact is, this is the worst time. You're what, a week and a half away from going to another NFL season, your final NFL season. You lost 25 pounds, and everybody sees the condition that you're in. And then there's pictures in a garden of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift making kisses and kissy and showing her ugly little ring. This guy and him and his wife is worth $1.6 billion. He's worth about 80. Him and his brother just got a $100 million contract, and he buys her a tinsy little ring. What a joke. What a ridiculous reject that Travis Kelce is. What an embarrassment to go out there before the season and put yourself out there for everybody to speak. Is this something that you want to do? Is you trying to draw the media to follow you guys and talk about you guys? I don't care about Kansas City. The Kansas City Chiefs had a chance to go back to back to back. They're not. They're not even winning their division, as we're going to get into that with our friend Lance Sanderson in just a few moments. They're a joke. And by the way, Travis Kelce, good riddance. I'm going to tell you, Josh, you're listening to the show right now. You told me you drafted him. Beef, you drafted him in your draft. I'm going to tell you, Travis Kelce is not even breaking 700 yards. And then you had the balls to tell me that he was going to have 9 touchdowns. In what world do you think Travis Kelce is going to have 9 touchdowns this year? He can lose 40 pounds. He's not going to be fast enough anymore. The guy can't block anymore. What a joke. Sell the ring. They're not getting married. This is a spam. Spam this, you friggin' idiots. And Taylor, stop going to football games. You're ruining the game, and you're ruining the NFL. Sell that, Kansas City fans. Eat it and deliver it. Sell that pizza box, boy. All right, that is my deuce of the day.
That was a great use of the day, too, Errol.
I'm losing my mind. In just a few moments, we will be talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos NFL analyst. He's our friend. He knows his Broncos. He's one of the best in the business, Lance Sanderson. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
What's up, everybody? Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few stories before we get into the scores this evening. First story, the NFL announced on Wednesday that Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will be suspended for the first 6 games of the 2025 NFL season. The suspension stems from an incident over the 2024 offseason where Rice was the cause of a multi-car accident in Dallas while racing cars late at night. In July, Rice was given a sentence of 30 days in jail with 5 years probation. Rice apparently had his sentence adjudicated, meaning if he successfully completes his probation and stops playing Gran Turismo on real-life highways, he will have the charges cleared. Dallas has also given Rice flexibility in when he will have to serve his 30 days in jail. Rice was also forced to cover his victims' out-of-pocket medical expenses, totaling $115,000. The Texas Rangers' slim chances of making the playoffs this season took another hit on Tuesday as pitcher Nathan Eovaldi is likely to miss significant time, if not the rest of the season, with a rotator cuff strain in his pitching arm. Eovaldi has had an incredible season, making 22 starts with a 1.79 ERA and was on a short list of favorites for the AL Cy Young Award. Eovaldi had to shut down a bullpen session between starts because of continued soreness in the right arm, saying, "It just felt like it was getting a little worse, so I shut it down and had the trainers look at it. Obviously, it's frustrating given how great the season's been going. I don't want to rule out the rest of the season, but it's not looking very great." The Rangers, who were 5.5 games behind Seattle for the final wildcard slot with 29 games remaining, recently lost center fielder Evan Carter for the season with a wrist fracture, second baseman Marcus Semien with an ankle fracture and sprain, and first baseman Jake Berger to another wrist sprain on their previous road trip. Bad timing and bad luck for a team that many thought of as a possible division champion before the start of the season. And finally, in bedazzling news, sure to get everyone excited, everyone's favorite Miss Maine third-place finisher, Jordan Hudson, girlfriend of legendary football coach Bill Belichick, and they have filed together for a trademark on the term gold digger. In 2025, we just lean into insults, I guess, and turn them into things to brand, as Hudson, who has been called a gold digger for being almost 50 years younger than her future Hall of Fame boyfriend, seemingly has little shame to her game. Besides gold digger, Hudson has filed for trademarks on the phrases all Belichick team, the Belichick way, and dynasty, Bill's version, and more as Belichick gets ready for his first season as the UNC Tar Heels head coach under the influence of his influencer, gold-digging girlfriend on Tobacco Road. In baseball earlier today, the Yankees beat up on the Nationals 11-2. Max Fried, his 14th win of the season. Also final earlier, the Braves 12, Marlins 1. Guardians win against the Rays at home in 10 innings 4-3. And the Mariners defeated the Padres 4-3 as well. In action right now, it's the top of the 9th. Red Sox have a 3-2 lead on the Orioles in Baltimore. It's the top of the 5th in Toronto, Twins 7, Blue Jays 5. Top 7, the Mets have a 4-0 lead on Philly, with Nolan McLean still going, 6 2/3, scoreless with 6 Ks so far. In the middle of the 5th, the Brewers have a 1-0 lead on the Diamondbacks. It's tied at 1 in the top of the 5th with the White Sox and Royals. Bottom 5, 1-0 Cardinals over the Pirates. 4-1 Rangers over the Angels in the bottom of the 2nd. 1-0 Astros over the Rockies, top 3. No score, just underway. Reds and Dodgers. Still to come tonight, Cubs and Giants, Tigers, and Athletics. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle, and now on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all the shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our first guest tonight on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Smell my ass. Breaking news. I need Brittany also. Breaking news. Busy all day today. Breaking news. I want her melons. Breaking news at Kiki. Breaking news. Lick it and stick it.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the very own Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, the great Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings by going to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And Jabba in the Mouth is brought to you by Omaha Steakhouse. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, go to Omaha Steaks. They are giving an extra 10% off on all orders to all Jabba and the Mouth fans. Just click the link, https://www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba and the Mouth, or go to our website at worldwidesportsradio.com and click on the Omaha Steaks logo. So, ladies and gentlemen, Omaha Steaks is now, oh my God, a sponsor of Jabba in the Mouth. I'm like all over the place right now. I had to get up for a second. I felt a little lightheaded. No fish. I'm not having vertigo, but I felt a little lightheaded. So I got up and I felt a little dizzy, but I got back up, I got back down, and I'm feeling pretty good. By the way, I will say this. Our show is also brought to you by Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you like the Denver Broncos and you want Lance Sanderson's Mile High Huddle's name on the back of it, well, I'm sure Lance can get one. I don't know if you want one, but if you do, ladies and gentlemen, you could go to iceshaker.com and get your very own Ice Shaker Broncos Lance Sanderson's Ice Shaker. You like that, Lance? I know you like that.
I love that. That sounds awesome.
Well, I know you do. I know you think it's awesome. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of fun with this guy. This guy's been on our show quite a few times. He's become one of those big writers and analysts right now for the very own Denver Broncos. We are now talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos and NFL analyst, the one, the very own Lance Sanderson. Lance, what's up, man?
Oh, not a whole lot. Thanks for having me back on the show, guys. It's been a minute. I unfortunately had some family issues come up the last time I was supposed to come on the show, but glad to be here. Excited to talk Denver Broncos with you guys. And hopefully I flood up some stuff every now and again, but guess what? I'm here bringing some freaking heat tonight, guys. Let's go.
Now, I want to say something. I don't know if anybody knows who Lance is. He's been on our show quite a few times. When Lance came on the show, he wasn't the biggest known analyst for the Broncos. And over the last 3 years, he's grown significantly. And now his podcast is doing significantly well. He's doing a lot of things with the Denver Broncos. He's one of their big lead analysts, and we're very happy to have him on the show. And the Broncos are a very good team right now, expected to win their division. What does that tell you, Travis? I'm just kidding. Anyways, I want to get into, obviously, the division. As the Kansas City Chiefs have been dominating that division over the last 8 years. It's been absolutely dominated by Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and their goons. You have Bo Nix, who had a sensational rookie year, 25-year-old kid, really developed right in front of our eyes. The second half of the season took his team to the playoffs and just was sensational all the way through. Was making so many significant throws, and I think could be a superstar in this league with Sean Payton developing him. What were your thoughts last year, and where do you see him with his development this year?
Well, I think the big thing here, Errol, is that what you saw out of Bo Nix was mostly linear growth. I mean, obviously, the first week against the Seattle Seahawks was an atrocious outing for him. It took a couple weeks for him. The Pittsburgh game was really bad. 3, 4, 5 weeks into the season, you finally actually started to see him get a little bit more comfortable within the offense, getting the play calls out. Because Sean Payton, you know how he is. You guys were talking about the Saints earlier. That Sean Payton's play calls are like 25 or 30 words long. He's got multiple different formations. He's got multiple different alignments. He's got multiple different instructions for every single player. And it takes a lot to just to be able to learn that. But one thing with Bo Nix was when in the pre-draft process, Sean Payton really liked his ability to process all of that information, relay it back out quickly, then go out on the field and translate that to what was actually supposed to be happening. It took a while, But when you watch the season go, that linear growth, it was I don't want to say a straight line. The Indianapolis game where he threw 3 interceptions, that was a really bad game for him. Great defensive game plan from the Indianapolis Colts. But he continued to grow and continued to grow and continued to grow. And everyone's all excited about Jaden Daniels. But Bo Nix finished the season with more passing yards, more passing touchdowns, and less interceptions than Jaden Daniels, the guy who unanimously won the NFL Rookie of the Year this last season. So, like, this kid, he's doing such a great job in terms of just being a competitor. I mean, I got a handful of stats here. You know, when you talk about like completion percentage over expected, it's one of the biggest metrics you can talk about in terms of quarterback play. Negative 2.4% completion percentage over expected, 32nd in the NFL. That doesn't sound great though, right? Like, that sounds pretty bad. 32 quarterbacks in the NFL, he's 32nd. Pat Mahomes was at negative 1.7, 30th in the league. Josh Allen, negative 0.3%, 23rd in the league. Go back and see why completion percentage over expected matters. There was a lot of screen passes in the quick passing game. I mean, 31% of his quick passing attempts went on screen plays. It was the most in the NFL by 3 percentage points. But he also led the NFL in yards passing outside of the pocket per NFL Next Gen stats. He was 12th in the NFL in terms of success rate and throws that went at least 20 air yards. This dude had some struggles early, but down the stretch, he became what is a very capable starting quarterback. And now that he's more focused on and more familiar with this offense, I think he's going to have a big jump in year 2.
So last time you were on the show, you were mentioning you wanted the Broncos to focus on running back and tight end in the offseason to get that better in the middle of the field. They draft R.J. Harvey in the second round of the draft. They signed J.K. Dobbins, and then they signed Giants legend Evan Engram. What are your thoughts to those moves?
Well, first and foremost, Evan Engram is one of those players that, while he is like qualified as a tight end, he doesn't do necessarily very well as like an inline blocker. He's more of a receiving tight end. They're going to line him up in the slot this year. Go back to the preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, it's preseason. Bo Nix wasn't the one throwing the football, but they ran a 5-yard drag route that he turned into a 58-yard run after the catch. It was a freaking amazing play. So that, to me, right off the bat, is just a huge boon for this passing attack. And going back to Bo Nix here, the Broncos threw their tight ends the second fewest of any team in the NFL on a percentage basis, ahead of only the New York Giants, who had the worst tight end group in the NFL last season. So to get an explosive playmaker to add to a Cortland Sutton, to add to Marvin Mims, to add to a third-round draft pick in Pat Bryant, who I think is going to have a monster season this year as their number 2 wide receiver, that's just another big get to add more explosive plays for this Broncos offense. Now, going to the running back room, you obviously talked about R.J. Harvey. They bring in J.K. Dobbins from the Los Angeles Chargers. Obviously, fifth-year player out of Ohio State. He was an explosive player at Ohio State. Was one of the, in terms of explosive runs, was one of the best explosive runners at Ohio State and had 900 yards in 14 games for the Chargers this last season. But then you add on R.J. Harvey, 60th overall or 61st overall, something like that for the Broncos in the second round. There is only one player in college football last season that had more rushes of 15-plus yards than R.J. Harvey. Can you guys name that player for me just one time?
Genty?
It's Ashton Genty, who went 6th overall to the freaking the Las Vegas Raiders. Like, this Broncos team, they brought in 86% of the roster that went to the playoffs last season. And then they add players like Evan Engram, R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins to the offense. They bring in Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw to add to the defense that was one of the best in the NFL last season. This Broncos team, and the way that it is structured right now, has a very good opportunity to not only make the playoffs, but make some noise in the playoffs coming up this year.
Yeah, Lance, we talked about what you felt like they needed. Do you think they did enough and brought in some of the guys and the names that you said to not only to go and make some noise, but to really do some damage on both sides of the ball?
Yeah, absolutely. And Job, I'm glad that you're here tonight, because last time I was on and was talking with you, you said your son is a huge Broncos fan. So
huge. Yep.
I'm curious to what his thoughts are. I mean, you're obviously a Lincoln, Nebraska guy, and the pitching in Nebraska you did was legendary in Omaha World Series. But just going back to this Broncos team, I mean, they added enough explosiveness to the offense, and hopefully Bo Nix has that year 2 jump that you want to see from quarterbacks. But defensively, that's really where it's at. And Coach, Aaron Fisher is in the chat here saying, I want to hear about Jahdae Barron, the 20th overall pick for this Broncos defense. You're talking about a player that has inside-outside versatility. He can play the safety. Right now, it doesn't sound like he's going to be a starter for this defense because Jaquan McMillan, who was an outstanding slot cornerback for them, is probably going to start, at least for the beginning part of this season. So Jahdae Barron is another player that brings physicality to this defense. It sounds like that's what the Broncos were really trying to focus on the most on the defensive side of the football, was shoring up the interior run lanes in terms of what is happening at the second level. Bring in Dre Greenlaw, bring in a guy like Talanoa Hufanga, who plays better in the box, and then you bring in a guy like Jahdae Barron, who has, like I said, that inside-outside versatility, but is an absolutely elite tackler at the second level. This defense that was already very good last year just got a lot better.
As everybody knows, we are talking to Mile High Huddle Broncos at NFL analyst Lance Sanderson. You know, Lance, we look at the Broncos and they're an organization that needed to rebuild. They added Russell Wilson. They paid him a lot of money. They traded for him, and obviously they fell flat on their face. Then they made a trade with the Saints to bring in Sean Payton, who retired, walked away from the game. They gave up a significant amount to bring Sean Payton in. He took on Russell Wilson. It didn't work for a year. They finally took on that money and said, go ahead. Well, we'll take care of the money. Just get the hell out of here. They went for Bo Nix, and now you see the team. It's starting to transform into Sean Payton's team. It took a while. It took a couple of years, which he said it was going to do. And now they have a chance right now to dethrone a team like the Kansas City Chiefs that have been dominant for the last 8 seasons in a division that was really them, the Kansas City Chiefs and everybody else. Now you see Kansas City, they're getting older. Obviously, they're superstar players like Jones. Patrick Mahomes is still fairly young, but Kelsey is on the tail end of his career. I don't know how long Hunt and Pacheco have in the NFL. They have an offensive line that they decided in the offseason to trade Tooney to the Chicago Bears. They added maybe a little bit more talent to the offensive line, but they're an older team than they have been. You look at now the Broncos, they're one of the youngest teams, one of the more talented teams right now in the NFL. Where do you see them match up against the Kansas City Chiefs this year?
Well, quite honestly, I think the Broncos have an opportunity to dethrone the Chiefs, but until I actually see it, I can't really believe it. I mean, Kansas City has won the division, if not 8, 9, like 9 out of the last 10 seasons, if not even all 10 out of the last 10 years.
Super Bowl was the last time the Broncos won the division.
Yeah, exactly. And man, that doesn't feel like a decade ago. Like, quite honestly, I remember that like I was like yesterday, to tell you the truth. But with Kansas City, I mean, the big thing is obviously that offensive line is the real big issue. You move on from Joe Tooney at left guard, who played left tackle in the Super Bowl, did a really good job filling in on at left tackle there. They go out and they get Josh Simmons, who I've heard a lot of raving reviews from people I talk with in Kansas City. And it sounds like that offensive line is going to be better. But the Denver Broncos led the NFL last season with 63 sacks. It was a franchise record. 61 and a half of those sacks are back on this roster right now. The only player that had 1.5 sacks that is not back is linebacker Cody Barton, who the Broncos upgraded to Dre Greenlaw. Tell me that doesn't make you excited about what this Broncos team can bring. And with Patrick Mahomes, sure, he does a great job extending plays, moving vertically throughout the pocket. Edge pressure is really where it's at. It causes him the big-time disruptions. You've got Nick Benito, who came off a career-high 13.5 sacks last season. It was number 3 in the NFL. He's looking at getting a big-time contract extension, probably following this season, by the way. I've got some inside sources on this. That it sounds like he wants to wait until at least MICAH Parsons gets his deal done, but also that he wants to wait until after the season, kind of a prove-it deal. He's betting on himself for the most part. But 13.5 sacks coming off the edge. Then you get a guy like Jonathan Cooper, who had 8.5 sacks. He may not be the most explosive pass rusher in the NFL, but if that's your number 2 guy, you get, 21 sacks if you add those numbers together between those 2 guys coming off the edge. And with Patrick Mahomes, when you have edge pressure coming around the outside, that's where one of his biggest weak marks is as a quarterback. So to me, I think defensively, that you add Jahdae Barron, you add Greenlaw, you add Talanoa Hufanga, Rashee Rice is suspended for the first 6 games. It doesn't matter for the Broncos, but we've got to see how fast he's going to be able to catch it back up. Denver's defense has always been very capable of stopping Mahomes. I mean, go back to the game, was it week 11, I think, last season, where the Broncos were in Kansas City, drove down to actually go and kick a game-winning field goal. It was blocked. It was a 35-yard game-winning field goal. The Broncos and Bo Nix took a 4-minute drive, got down to like 3 seconds left to beat the Chiefs in Kansas City. Denver's there. Like, they can absolutely compete with Kansas City in this division. It's just until I actually see it and actually watch it happen, not a 38-0
Lance, you don't want to jinx yourself, okay? That's fine. I'll jinx yourself for you, all right? They're absolutely, unless there's some catastrophical injury that the Broncos are going to have, the Broncos should win the division. They're much better than Kansas City. From top to bottom, 53-man roster. I don't think you could, and you, like you said, they added Greenlaw, they added Hafunga. I mean, this team it's absolutely loaded. The secondary could be the best secondary in football. You can argue that.
There's no argument. It is. It 100% is. And you're bringing 10 guys to the full, which is Broncos kept five quarterbacks and 5 safeties. Brandon Jones. I don't know. You guys probably don't even recognize the name. Brandon Jones was a free safety. Yeah, he was a former Miami Dolphin. He came into Denver, and they asked him to play a lot more single high. He was the number 2 safety in the NFL according to Pro Football Focus coverage grade at free safety last season at over 90.3%. Like this dude is a fantastic player. You add another guy that like Hufanga that can play in the box. You bring in Greenlaw. Alex Singleton's coming back from a torn ACL that derailed his season early on, and you upgrade the linebacker room. Then you add another player like Jade Barron. This defense is absolutely freaking spectacular, guys, and they look like it. I mean, I understand it's preseason. The depth of this unit looks very solid, but what we're hearing out of Broncos camp, what I've seen at Broncos camp, this defense is lights out, guys. It's crazy good.
Yeah,
there are people in the media around Denver like comparing them to the 2015 Broncos defense. That's like one of the best defenses in NFL history. Seriously, like it's that good.
Yeah, I want to reference back to obviously what everyone's saying about the Chiefs. Like you don't want to beat them by blitzing type thing because of Mahomes doing it against the blitz. Now we've known Vance Joseph in the past has been blitz happy. Like where are your thoughts with the Broncos defense? Do they have to emphasize that kind of game plan more often? What are the percentages? Maybe to mix it up too.
So I have NFL Pro pulled up really fast. It might take me a second here, but I know the Broncos were, I think, number 3 in terms of blitz percentage last season.
Yeah, I know it's pretty high. I didn't know how high it was.
Yeah, it's ridiculously high. They were right behind the Minnesota Vikings. So give me just 1 second here if I can find it. I cannot get my computer to work all of a sudden. Anyways, no, it's like team defense. That's the right one. Here we go. Now I'm actually on the right track here. In terms of blitz percentage, maybe regardless, it really, quite honestly, it doesn't matter. I know that the Broncos were one of the highest blitz percentage defenses, which also combined into their uses of man coverage. They were second, I believe, only behind the Minnesota Vikings and Brian Flores in blitz percentage combined with man coverage percentage on the back end in the NFL last season. That's what they prioritize. They want to get after the quarterback. They led the NFL in total pressures last year, and they also have a guy on the interior in Zach Allen who is incredibly underappreciated for what he brings. He led all NFL interior defensive linemen in pressures and was 3rd in sacks, only behind, I believe, it's Chris Jones and Jeffrey Simmons, or Jalen Carter, excuse me. Like, this dude can get after it too. They are going to bring pressure again. They're going to play tight man coverage. And when you have the defensive player of the year and Pat Surtain on the outside, and again, adding Jade Barron, Riley Moss, a player who, when Riley Moss went down last season, he missed like 4 weeks with a sprained MCL. The defense took a big time drop off because they started to play more zone, and teams were able to exploit that. When you have this defense healthy and they're attacking like Vance Joseph wants to do, it's the best defense in the NFL right now.
So Lance, obviously, it's betting's a huge part, fantasy is a huge part too, and just going and looking at, and obviously I'm a bipartisan Broncos fan because of my son. If I asked Carter if he had any questions, but of course, if it has nothing to do with his needs or wants, he doesn't answer me back. But if he needs something like rent was due for his new place in college, he would be sure to told me that today. So, yeah, that's kids for you. But I'm looking to. They have it set at 9.5. Are you taking the overs on that? Is kind of what I'm hearing for more the wins on the season.
I think this is an 11-win team at least. They won 10 games last year and just snuck it barely into the playoff. And if you go back and watch the tail end of the season, they won that close. Well, it was close at first, but then they took down the Indianapolis Colts because Jonathan Taylor can't figure out how to hold on to the football going into the end zone. So that kind of sucked. But for the Broncos, it ruled. But they took Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins down to the wire. I mean, Bo Nix threw 2 huge touchdown passes late in that game, both of them to Marvin Mims, one on a 67-yard air throw. By the way, 67 air yards throw to Marvin Mims at the very back of the end zone to get the game close, and then threw a toss-up ball to Marvin Mims at the end of that game to tie it, to send it to overtime. That's Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow, and T. Higgins. One of the most explosive offenses in the NFL. This team can go toe-to-toe with anybody. They really can. And hopefully, what we're seeing at camp right now, the Broncos are starting to focus more on running a lot of outside zone. They are usually a gap team. They run a lot of inside zone and duo. So duo is 2 double teams up at the front. They run a lot of that last year. This year, they're starting to focus on more outside zone, which is really what accentuates the skill set of J.K. Dobbins, who has great vision, great explosiveness. R.J. Harvey, same thing. Great vision, great explosiveness. They can get vertical very quickly if they want to. If the running game and the play action passing game and adding in Evan Ingram can actually hit the way that it's designed, this offense can be, I don't want to call it a top 10 offense, but if they're top 15 with the top 3 defense, they can absolutely be a team that makes noise in the playoffs.
Lance, stop. You keep mentioning Evan Ingram. First of all, he was pot hands in New York. He had one good season with the Jacksonville Jaguars, and you make it seem like, oh, he's prolific. This guy could be absolutely dominating. He goes over there and Bo Nix throws him and puts it in. You put him in a slot, he's going to be dominant. I do not believe Evan Ingram is that piece, that missing piece that's going to make them just pop off. And honestly, the weakest part of this team is their wide receiving depth. If you look at it, Courtland Sutton is great. Am I going to trust that Marvin Mims Jr. is the number 2 guy? I mean, honestly, Pat Bryant, Trent what is it? Sherfield Jr. I mean, there's no depth. Troy Franklin, there's no depth when it comes to the wide receiver. They're dominant defensively. They're going to be sensational defensively. They're running backs. J.K. Dobbins, you don't know what you're going to get out of J.K. Dobbins because how many ACL tears has he had? If he stays healthy, maybe you have a good 1-2 punch. But they've had problems with their running game. That's why Williams is playing for the Cowboys now. And R.J. Harvey, yeah, it's nice to say that he's a genty type of player because of what he did in college. You got to do it in the NFL with the speed. I think the weakest part of this team, even though Sean Payton is the mastermind and one of the best offensive minds in the NFL, is their offensive side of the ball and the wide receiving core. If Courtland Sutton goes down, what are they going to do? Who's their number 1 guy? Pat Bryant? I mean, seriously, Marvin Mims Jr.? Marvin Mims Jr. is not even healthy right now. They should have went in the offseason and looked for more depth on the offensive side of the ball. They didn't do that. And as much as you think that, hey, we got Evan Ingram, pot hands himself, if you're trying to sell me that Evan Ingram's the missing piece to this offense, well, man, you're going to be madly surprised about what this team could be if somebody like Courtland Sutton, who I think is very underrated and it deserved the money in the offseason, if he goes down, they're screwed.
I don't disagree with that, and quite honestly, I agree with your take on they needed to add more pass catching weapons, specifically at the wide receiver position. But I'm also going to tell you what I've seen, what I've heard, and bring to you facts that are not just outside opinions. Errol, I love you, dude, but I cover this team for literally a living. I do this every single day. Marvin Mims is not going to be wide receiver 2 in this offense. It's going to be Pat Bryant. This dude just cannot figure out how to get covered. And I know that sounds crazy to say it like that. He is always wide open. And going back to the early parts of training camp, the Broncos, based on what I saw, they were literally focusing on designing plays for Evan Ingram on crossing routes to just get him the ball quickly and out in open space. And they did that for like the first 5 days. After that, they stopped doing that. Like, okay, we've already seen enough. We know. Then they throw it out there against the Arizona Cardinals, and he catches a 5-yard crossing route, turns it into a 58-yard gain. Pat Bryant on the backside. This dude on backside digs, which is one of the biggest functioning components of the Denver Broncos offense with Sean Payton. It always has been. The backside 15-yard in route. That 15-yard dig route, Pat Bryant is running across the middle of the field, literally wide open without a player within like 5 yards of him and catching everything thrown to him. Troy Franklin has taken a big I'm taking a big bet here. It absolutely does. It does have to, we're talking about preseason NFL football. I think exactly. We can't do. It's absolutely, your concerns are absolutely 100% correct. I'm going based on what I've seen, though. And what I've seen is there are times where this offense can actually target some of these players. And with Marvin Mims, you're going to see him a lot out of the backfield. You're going to see him a lot of the slot. They're going to use him in motion. I'm not going to compare him to Tyreek Hill because he's definitely not that type of player. But picture what the Chiefs did with Tyreek Hill in that offense a handful of years ago. An explosive player that you can use as a gadget player and just try to figure out ways to get him out in space. He's the best punt returner in the NFL. And I know that sounds crazy to bring that up in an offensive conversation, but what do you need to be a quality punt returner? 1, you need great hands. 2, you need great vision. 3, you need great twitch and explosiveness in your lower half, great vision to be able to see what's going on in front of you, and also the ability to just start running at an incredibly fast pace that no one can catch up with you. He brings that to the offensive side of the football. It all depends on what Sean Payton's willing to do with him as a gadget type of player. Troy Franklin has taken a huge step forward this offseason in terms of his ability to take the top off of the defense. He's showing better ball tracking ability over his shoulder, which is something that he struggled with last season. If you remember correctly, Bo Nix targeted Troy Franklin on deep shots, I think 8 or 9 different times. He only caught 1 pass. It happened to be a touchdown in the Buffalo Bills game in the playoffs for a 47-yard touchdown to put the Broncos up in the lead 7-0. Yeah, that sucks. But he's showing that better ball tracking ability. Evan Ingram, again, bringing that versatility over the middle of the field to open some stuff up. This offense is actually going to be kind of dynamic, and it really just depends on if Bo Nix is going to be willing to take those shots because he wasn't last season. And that's the biggest step that I have to see moving forward.
The New York Jets had MICAH Corley, who they decided to drop after 1 year. They drafted him in the 3rd round, okay? They dropped him just recently, and everybody was shocked. This guy's a 3rd-round draft pick. And listen, if you want to bet on Pat Bryant, that's good. The Jets drafted Arian Smith, if I'm not mistaken, right? This guy
Smith, yeah.
He's fantastic, fast. He did very well in the preseason. They think he could be a good number 2, maybe a number 3 on this team. But they're looking at him just because of speed and how he fits where you could put him in a slot on the outside. That doesn't tell me and sell me as a Jet fan. All you have is Garrett Wilson and you have maybe Mason Taylor. I'm not going to – if I'm a Super Bowl contender, which a lot of Bronco fans believe that they are with the defense that they have and maybe some of the running talent that they have with Harvey, if you're going to sell me that and Pat Bryant is your number 2 guy, that is scary. And I don't know. I understand that you follow this team. This is what you do for a living. It still tells me as a guy that I also do this, half a living, and I understand the game just as much as anybody. I know a little bit about Pat Bryant. I know he comes from Illinois. I watched him a little bit at college football last year. He's a speed demon. He's also 6'2" and 204 pounds. He's very light, and if he gets hit once in the NFL with the speed of the NFL, the guy could be knocked out. What are they going to do? They don't have any secondary offense. That would scare me. Yes, it is, Fish. 204 pounds is.
Hold on. I got to give you some numbers here. So Pat Bryant last season at Illinois caught 54 passes. I don't remember the yards off the top of my head. 52 of them that went for first downs, and he had an 80.4% contested catch rate. Yeah, he's 6'2", 204. But he is one of the best contested catch receivers that's come out of the NFL draft for the last 4 years. Quite literally, 80.4% led college football last season by over 8%. The dude knows how to catch the football on traffic. And let me just one quick last thing. talking about the Broncos and what they had last season, retention rate, 86%. They just traded a player to the New Orleans Saints right before the preseason game the other day, and Devon Bailey, who was a 7th-round pick. Okay, Devon Bailey was the second leading receiver on the Broncos roster. I think he got like 47 passes. They traded Devon Bailey because they believe in Pat Bryant more than Devon Bailey, and they got a hell of a return because they got a 4th-round pick for what was a 2nd-round pick. Like, Pat Bryant is going to be a freaking stud, guys. Like, I saw I think it was Fish saying that he was going to take Pat Bryant now if Xavier Legette is on a slow draft. Absolutely, I wouldn't take him like earlier than like the 10th round, if even closer than that, or even later than that. But this dude is like legit. They truly believe in this player.
I really hope for your sake. I really hope for your sake, buddy.
I love the guy. And also, so on that, one thing that also brings just an added value to the guy. It doesn't get much credit in terms of like the fantasy football aspect. This dude will kick your ass in the blocking game. So go back and watch the crossing route. I've highlighted this play a couple different times. Evan Ingram on the crossing route, 5-yard crossing route. Go back and watch that play and watch number 13 for the Broncos. He literally takes a Cardinals player and drives him like 30 yards downfield and escorts him to the freaking sideline and throws him on the bench. Like this dude's a badass, man. I love it.
I love you. I really do. I got to give you a little bit of credit. You are absolutely a diehard fan of the Denver Broncos.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm going to tell you, if you haven't checked out Mile High Huddle, guys, go check it out. This guy's personality, he's got that emphasis personality, and he goes crazy. Oh, my God, Harvey, this guy's going to run all the way through you. I love it. You're like Vince McMahon of the WWE, buddy. I love it. I love everything about you. I think you're great. I love you commentating. I like everything about you. And I love watching. I've loved over the years watching you just grow as an analyst and a personality. I always appreciate you coming on the show. I want to get you on the show again, and maybe we'll get a slew of guys, but during the season where we usually have a panel and we just go at it. So you're obviously, you have the Broncos. We got all these different guys, fans of all these other teams. We got Cotto, the Cowboy fan. We have giant guys. We have all these guys. We'll get them on and we'll just go all at it, even though, and I know everybody's going to say, well, you're a Jet fan. I'm also an Eagle guy. So I stand out for the Eagles too. So, and I wear Eagles hats on this show as well. So, but I love you, man. Keep up the good work. Keep putting your stuff out there and showing people why you're a growing personality for the Broncos and Mile High Huddle. It's really sensational. Thank you for joining us, bud.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. Just to throw out some stuff, you guys can follow him on Twitter at LanceS_MHH. Also, every Friday night on the Mile High Huddle YouTube page, I run my show, Dove Valley Deep Divers. If you haven't seen that yet, we got a merch tent. You can go to milehighhuddlemerch.com. It's a pleasure to talk Broncos football with everybody, including you guys, to bring just that worldwide perspective, like that 5280 view is what I call it. It's a mile high city. You got to get a mile away to take.
Well, you should be promoting us too, buddy. I mean, seriously.
Absolutely.
Yeah, listen. I'm not toilet paper. Jabba definitely isn't toilet paper, unless you don't want to.
I use dude wipes. I don't use toilet paper.
That's right. I forgot about that. And as Jabba always says,
as long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
As we all know. And obviously,
it makes my pecker hard. You just made my nipples hard.
Anyways, we love you. Keep up the good work. And I definitely, off air, we got to talk because I got my own takes on some of the precision you have when it comes to your team. So,
hit me up on Twitter.
I'll hit you up somewhere out the way.
Speedy's got my phone number. Get it from him. Give me a call one of these
days. I'll let you lick my
butt. Back and forth.
Don't worry, he'll start loving RJ Harvey and Evan Ingram when they truck sticks the gremlin Travis Hunter.
Oh, that's another story. Well, we'll have to talk off air on that one. And by the way, I did not draft Travis Hunter. I saw him there in the later rounds. I still didn't draft him. I would never waste my draft pick on that idiot. Anyways, thank you, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Lance Sanderson, Mile High Huddle, sensational, great personality. And we go back and forth for a long time. And I watched this kid grow as an analyst. I remember when he only had like 3 or 4 people following his show. Now he's like he's got a tremendous following, and he's doing so many things with the Broncos, and he's worked with all the different ex-Broncos over the last couple of years. He's had Von Miller on his show and everything like that. So love the guy. Keep up the good work, Lance. We'll talk to you soon, bud. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the remix.
Another one.
Remix. This is the remix.
The Rah Rah Shish Kumbah.
That's a good one.
Awesome.
That is a good one. That is a good one. I definitely won't use dude wipes. I'll use toilet paper. I use like nice.
You just said you went to the bowl like 6 or 7 times. That thing has to be raw if you're using just regular toilet paper.
100%. 100%, dude.
Oh, if you're using dude wipes, you'd be fine, bro.
I don't know. I'm staying away from the dude wipes, especially you promoting it.
What? But why do you like? You toilet paper that many times? That thing's got like dude wipes take care of you, man. I'm this isn't even an ad or a shtick. Like this is like I've had some rough mornings after some long nights, and they did me right.
What about skid mark?
Prevented skid marks.
Oh, that's true.
Dude wipe save skid marks.
I had to take a shit.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. This is the remix. This is a new segment, relatively new segment that we do, where we're going to go take an old take, play it for you, and then let Errol have a chance to remix some of the things he said. Today's topic is going to be what we said preceding, before the MLB trade deadline about the Yankees. So here we go. Putting on the first music. This is the original take right here.
Is usually one of the best bullpens in baseball in the first half of the season. And after the trade deadline, it's arguably one of the worst bullpens in baseball. And this is something that Brian Cashman has to lock in on. Not because everybody wants to fire Aaron Boone. And everybody's come out on social media. Every Yankee fan thinks that this is Aaron Boone's fault. You can take responsibility, and Aaron Boone does take responsibility on the way the team is playing. But the one thing I can say about the Yankees is they're not getting timely hitting. This has been a problem for the Yankees for over 15 years. It's been a problem for them in the playoffs. And they need to find guys that are going to fill in certain spots, especially in that lineup, that's going to help out Aaron Judge.
All right, Errol. Here it comes. Your chance.
Remix. This is the remix.
Well, the Yankees did exactly what I said they should. They added some relief help. Has it helped them? Well, not really. The Yankees pitching staff right now in the second half is still one of the worst pitching staffs in baseball. Obviously, Max Fried in his last start really delivered for the Yankees. The Yankees still lost that game. The Yankees can't score. They needed to add bats, and they added one bat. And they added the defense to that one bat in third base, but it still wasn't enough. The Yankees haven't done enough to be a contender this year. I thought adding maybe a 2 or 3 bats at the trade deadline, probably 2, and hope that Aaron Judge stays healthy. Aaron Judge goes down there. His UCL is not 100%. Now he's playing in the outfield. Now you have to put Giancarlo Stanton in the outfield. Giancarlo Stanton's one of the hottest hitters in baseball, but you got to watch him out in the outfield. He's been horrible. He looks putrid back out there. I mean, he's not even a defensive player. He's been a better DH since he's really transformed himself as a DH in the major leagues, as a DH in the American League. I just think right now the Yankees are still trying to find themselves. They won 2 games. They won back-to-back games against a Washington team that absolutely blows. But look at the record against the winning teams in the second half. The Yankees have one of the worst records in baseball. I think they're ranked 27th to 28th in baseball right now in the second half of the season when it comes to records. They've been horrible. And even if you look at the relief pitching and the guys that they brought in, the 2 pitchers, one guy showed up and the other guy hasn't. I just think that the Yankees right now are not a playoff team. They're going to make the playoffs just because the American League is just absolutely terrible. But this is not a championship team. I thought they were in the beginning of the season. They've completely fallen off. And now that Aaron Judge is not going to play in the outfield for the rest of the season, it scares me going into a playoff or a wild card game, playing 3 games. Not even a wild card. What do they call it? Play-in game?
Yeah, the first round is the
three-game playing
wild
game.
card series.
Whatever it is, Speedy. Why do you have to correct me all the time? 3-game playoff to get into the playoffs. You got to worry about winning those games and winning 2 out of 3 games. I'm not going to bet that if Aaron Judge doesn't play in the outfield, and you're going to bet that Giancarlo Stanton's not going to make a mistake, and that defense in the outfield is going to hold up, is enough. I think the Yankees are not, even if they make the playoffs, they're not going further than that 3-game series.
All right.
Another one. Remix. This is the remix.
That was 4 times, Fish and Tani. We just needed 2. That's all we need.
I thought it would be great at the end. You know, like you say, as a wrap up. Usually,
one
you
in
have
the
that
beginning,
in
one
songs.
at the end. I think that would be enough.
Well,
with
there was one little faux pas. That was my bad, though. Guys, that was This Is the Remix. Nice job.
And honestly, if you're a Yankee fan, you can't be very happy about where this team is going. Honestly, Tom, you're a Yankee fan. We never got a chance. So let's hear your thoughts in the second half of the Yankees and what you've seen with the Yankees. What do you think the Yankees have done right, which is probably nothing?
Yes.
And what do you think the Yankees should have done at the trade deadline that could have made them a championship competitive team?
So right now I've seen. So let's go back to when Anthony Volpe. Here's the play when he picked up when he was doing a play at shortstop and he threw over the first baseman's head. That was completely repulsive, and I thought that was the most retarded thing that I've ever seen in the Yankees. But here's the thing: they need to put Aaron Judge back in the outfield, because right now they think that Aaron Judge is like the pickup man. They think he's the big man that makes the Yankees go far in every single game that they play. But meanwhile, he's just another one of the Yankees. I know he broke the record for the most home runs, but who cares? That's in the past. But the Yankees really need to lock in, and if they don't lock in, they're not going to be able
You're
to
going to put him.
series.
So you're going to bet to put him in the outfield, and possibly if something happens to his arm that could ruin his career, that can affect him next year and playing next season if he throws out his arm. The Yankees are just trying to protect him. The problem right now is betting on Giancarlo Stanton out in the outfield, who really is a bona fide DH. The Yankees need to have his bat in the lineup, especially how hot he is. He's one of the top 3 hottest hitters in baseball. If you look in the last 2 weeks, the guy's been on fire. You got to keep his bat in. If you keep his bat in, you have Aaron Judge in the lineup as a DH. He's got to play in the outfield, and that's the problem right now. And I don't think there's any way of fixing that. The Yankees right now are screwed because Aaron Judge is a bona fide DH. And as far as the pitching staff is concerned, no matter what the Yankees did at the trade deadline, I don't think it was enough. And even if you put one of your starters in the bullpen, if the Yankees get past that 3-game series wild card game against whoever they're matched up against, it still tells me that the Yankees don't have enough depth to move forward. And are you going to bet on Max Fried with his blisters? And who's your number 2? Are you going to bet on Rodon, or are you going to bet on Heel? There's no bona fide number 2 guy, and that's the problem with the Yankees. There's nothing that stands to me from all the other teams. Texas, we know who the bona fide number 2 guy is. Jabba, we know who that is. If you're looking at all the teams right now in the American League, Astros have 3 guys that you can put 1, 2, 3, not just 2, 3 guys as starters. All the teams that are making the playoffs, even the Blue Jays, they got 2 guys. The Yankees don't have a bona fide 2 guys that you're going to trust in a 7-game series where you're going to say, I'm going to play this guy 2, and I'm going to play that guy 2, and all I got to worry about is 3 starts. If it does go 7, I don't think the Yankees have that.
I don't think so either. And then if they really want to risk putting Giancarlo Stanton in the outfield and risking more like errors,
they have to. They got to put him in his bat in the lineup.
Yeah, I think that would be the right move for them. But what we can do is hope for Giancarlo Stanton makes a miracle and hope he doesn't fumble like the rest of the Yankees are doing in the field.
Well, the Yankees are all about fumbles. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Speedy's 6-pack of the day.
Let's have a sixer.
Hey, who wants to play Drink the Beer?
It's time for the Speedy 6-pack of the week.
All right,
Here we go, Speedy. Number 6.
All right, we'll start with the now highest paid safety, Kyle Hamilton. Got a 4-year, $100 million deal, 82 guaranteed from the Ravens. 2nd, 8th, and 3rd each of the last 3 years in a coverage grade, and the only safety, according to PFF, with an 88 rating in everything: pass rush, run defense, and coverage.
Who was that?
Kyle Hamilton.
I have no idea what Kyle Hamilton is going to be. I don't know what he's going to be. He's got to stay healthy. That's the problem. He's one of the best safeties in the league on the Baltimore Ravens. There's no question. Their defense is going to be elite if he's in the. You can see the difference of the Baltimore Ravens when he's not in the lineup and when he's in the lineup. The defense is just elite when he's in the lineup. Again, Kyle Hamilton has to stay healthy. That's the problem. And I don't know if he will stay healthy for the whole season.
90.1 PFF grade, Kyle Hamilton. Elite safety.
He's great.
Notre Dame.
You remember Notre Dame, right? It was Notre Dame that he played for. I remember.
He was awesome in college. Unstoppable.
And he fell in the draft because a lot of people were questioning and not his size, but because he's tall, but his what is his?
It was
build?
his build or something like that.
Yeah. And he has gotten banged up, so there is some truth to that. But that dude's just one of the best players in football. They lock him up. Smart move. Number 5.
Adam Thielen back to Minnesota after he spent his first 7 years of his career there. Since he came into the NFL, 13th in receiving yards and catches 9th in total touchdowns, and his 8,311 yards, which is the third most for an undrafted player ever. Adam Thielen back to Minnesota. Your thoughts?
It's very simple. Minnesota is his hometown. It's where he's from. He played college ball there. And I love the fact, first of all, Thielen still has a little bit left. We saw what he did in Carolina. I think he led Carolina in receiving yards last year. He still could be a good number 2, maybe a number 3. You can move him in the slot. You can move him on the outside. And he's a great team leader. He's one of the best leaders right now in the NFL. You listen to Bryce Young and what Bryce Young said about him as a quarterback when everybody was picking on him throughout the league and some of the players said that he can't play and he's not a good quarterback. Well, guess what? Adam Thielen said, don't worry about what anybody says. All you have to worry about is your teammates and what your teammates think of you. Thielen is a leader, and that's what fits over there. Minnesota needs the leadership over there with a young quarterback in McCarthy.
I think they did it for more than one reason, and you're right. I mean, a kid from there knows exactly what it takes to win. Went undrafted in, 2013, and always had a little chip. But yeah, going back to where you're from and what there's something to be said about that. And he's obviously proven it for as many years as he can, and he's definitely a guy you root for too, as a guy going undrafted and done it for as long as he has.
Yeah, Vikings had a lot of injuries down the roster on receiver, and Addison missing the first 3 games just made a lot of sense going to get him at the price that they had to pay for him. Speedy, number 4.
All right, we'll combine these two, the Giants and the Jets. Errol, you kind of hinted at Malachi Corley being cut. He refuses to play special teams. Also cut Donovan Edwards, who had a nice preseason for them. Carter Warren and Brady Cook, their young prospect. Only 2 quarterbacks on the Jets roster for the Giants. Greg Dulcich, who, Errol, you were mentioning in Miller's Alehouse, looked like he's going to be a good target, but he gets kind of cutting. Rookie running back Miller and Elijah Chapman as well, a defensive lineman that played well last year. Thoughts to those cuts?
I think the biggest story was Malachi Corley, and one of the main reasons why he was a 3rd-round pick. Everybody thought that this kid was going to be explosive for the New York Jets. He was somebody that Joe Douglas loved when they drafted him, and he just didn't develop. And Aaron Glenn, he was in Aaron Glenn's doghouse all offseason. He really was. He wasn't training right. They said he was a little overweight when he came to camp. And they asked him to do things with special teams, and he wouldn't do it. And it pissed off Aaron Glenn because Aaron Glenn is a team man, and he's a team player. And if you're not going to do what the coach and the coaching staff wants, you're out of here. So I think the biggest story was Malachi Corley. And obviously your guy, Mr. Dan Time, the quarterback. What's his name again? Yeah, why don't we ask Nathan, his butt buddy over there, quarterback, Mr. Foreman. I'm sorry.
That was the Patriots.
The three amigos. I can't believe the Patriots brought him in. I can't believe somebody gave him a chance. I don't think he's any good.
Well, I mean, he had to go somewhere, right? Otherwise, he would have ended up on the Giants practice squad. Chapman did end up on the Giants practice squad, as did Tom and Fox, Lil Jordan Humphrey. The types of guys that the Giants had to, use to fill out the roster are now on the practice squad, which tells me the Giants' depth has improved significantly. So that's an exciting thing as a Giants fan.
Hey, don't forget our Husker on their fish.
Yep, your boy made it. They cut Dulcich and kept Fedoni, which is really cool. He had a good camp. Pretty excited about that. Chapman's an interesting player because they're going to bring him up for sure in games where they want to use a fullback. He's probably more effective as a goal line fullback type of a dude and just occasional pass rusher next to Dexter Lawrence because he's not able to hold up against a run. He's undersized. That's why he went undrafted in the first place. Was the big success story last season. I'm sure we'll see him again this year. So that was 2 of them, Speedy, 4 and 3?
I have 2 left.
All right. Last 2, Speedy, 2 and 1.
All right. So you were talking about it earlier. Joe Mixon could be out for the rest of the season. Maybe he could come back for the playoffs. So the playoffs are the one I want to focus on. He's 619 yards, the most in the playoffs the last 5 years among running backs, and then 5th in receiving yards also among running backs, 182. So that's one. And then Hard Knocks episode 4, they're actually mentioning a biometrics mechanism change in Josh Allen's throwing motion. Chris Hess was the guy that did it and said it helped him with less sacks and fumbles. Yet fans were complaining about that. He's only been sacked, fumbled, or picked for 4.2% of plays, which is the most in NFL history in the modern era.
Well, Joe Mixon, that's a pretty interesting story. A lot of people drafted him, and now you're hearing he probably doesn't play unless there's a playoff appearance from the Texans. And I think the Texans will make the playoffs, so maybe they save him for the playoffs. I don't know if he comes back or he doesn't, but it's a significant story because who's their number one guy? Pollard? I mean,
Chubb.
And Chubb.
Nick Chubb.
I don't trust Nick Chubb. Remember, he's coming back from another major injury. I don't know. They don't have a good running. They don't have a good running game, and that to me is kind of scary. It's not Pollard's on the Titans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they have another rookie too, with the first name Woody and the last name Marks.
Woody Marks is a running back from USC that people are taking as well.
I don't know. As far as
the Josh Allen mechanics metrics machine thing.
I haven't watched Hard Knocks yet. I'll wait. I always wait until the 4 episodes are over, and then I'm going to watch it straight through. When I get a chance to watch it, I probably give you my thoughts to it. But interesting story. Josh Allen is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. If they're going to try to stop or change his motion or because of a machine, I think it only affects him. This guy's an elite player. Just let him play his game. Let him figure it out himself. You don't need any machines or some kind of statistic or mathematical equation to fix what he really is as a quarterback. He's sensational. I don't think there's anything that needs to be fixed with Josh Allen.
I find it fascinating that they're using these kind of ways to help quarterbacks now. Just think about it.
Have you seen one of those labs?
I wish I've ever had a chance to go to that.
It's crazy. Like there's different types of them, and I've seen them all. Like the first one, like Dr. Andrews had one when I was rehabbing my elbow, and it's kind of like, they put the dots on you, they do all this other stuff. Now there's like lasers, and it is absolutely incredible how they can break it down of like how much force and your acceleration, your deceleration, whether your hips are like, it's almost like too much. Like there's labs that literally that's all they do is like, oh, you're leaking from your left adductor. So you're like, what? It's nuts. And I
don't know even what that's like, Jabba. I'm still cutting, hip pads into knee pads for kids because we ran out, and we're gonna get yelled at by the refs, so we won't be able to play if we don't fashion them with a scissors.
You're gonna get yourself in trouble on this show.
No, that's the reality of like high school football. You have to understand that. Like if you don't have money in your school or it's a small school like I coach at, that's what you're doing. But you know what, Speedy? That was a great 6-pack. Telling us all about Cut Down Day. Pretty cool, man.
Our boy Jordan also is going back to the Buffalo Bills, so that's a big story. Jordan
Porter
talking about when he was on the show, and he was saying that he wants to play back with the Buffalo Bills, and he says we'll see, and he didn't want to relay or give us any released information, and he released it today as he signed a 1-year deal with the Buffalo Bills to go back and see if he can win a Super Bowl with the Buffalo Bills. That would be a great story to walk away from the game and win a Super Bowl with a Buffalo Bills team that is definitely one of the favorites to coming out of the AFC again this year. So congratulations to Jordan. I'm interested to see what he is going to do this year with a very loaded defense in the Buffalo Bills. So it's going to be fun. Anyways, we have a new segment. We've done this before. It's the second or third week. We call this Jabba Rules.
Jabba Rules.
He tastes himself.
All right, let's set it up. Jabba, you're going to tell us, as we've been learning in this segment, what rules this week.
Yeah, there was a lot of Java rules. We the one I thought about too we covered earlier in the Brady rules just because I thought it was fitting. And but one thing I really wanted to focus on, I know I did on What's That Smell, I did golf, but what really rules about not only representing your country. I don't know if you guys obviously are huge golf fans, but Keegan Bradley was named captain, and he's the number 11th player in the world. So by via stats and finishes, he should be on the team. He is the captain. He did not vote himself and was selfless enough to put other guys that had played this last month to the best of their abilities. And he came out today in the press conference this morning and said, it hurts to not play this because as a kid, you want to represent your country and play on the Ryder Cup. And he goes, but I was put here to be the captain, and this is what I'm going to do. And it was just really cool to see being selfless because there's only been one player captain, that's Arnie Palmer. And it's tough. It's tough to be able to do that, manage a team. You have vice captains, but for him to be selfless and get guys on, we had 2 first-timers of the Ryder Cup. And I thought it was very fitting, too, because it's in Bethpage, around your guys' neck of the woods. I have played Bethpage. I'm not going to tell you what my score was because it was not anything like the PGA Tour. I just had – I'll give you – I had to restock balls afterwards. But just a great event. It actually starts on my birthday. So, it's in your guys' area and just a really cool selfless act. So it'll be fun. And I think Keegan Bradley rules for the way he handled it and the way that he was just selfless and knowing that he should have been on the team, but he knew what was important and to lead that team. So Keegan Bradley, you rule to me, buddy.
By the way, I just want to let everybody know that I will be going. I got press passes. And it's always fun to get a chance to go and check out Bethpage Black. I've never played golf, so I don't know much about driving golf balls. I've heard about it. I've heard they call it
and it's a public course. That's why it rules to me. And it's like you get there. It's like first come, first serve. And Keegan was like, "This is for the people that live up here, the people that play it all the time, to go and represent on our soil, to have the Europeans come in and to represent this public course that people can afford to play, and just be proud of that." It was really cool, and it was it makes you proud to wear the red, white, and blue. That's for sure.
And just to let everybody know how hard it is to play that course, Tiger Wood has said plenty of times it's the hardest course he's ever played on. So,
well, there's different courses. The black course is the one that they're playing on. You can play the other ones and score pretty good if you're an okay golfer, but yeah, the black. You're gonna need a lot of dude wipes because you're gonna be doo-dooing all over yourself trying to find a ball.
Breaking news. I gotta go back off now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, I don't know if he's going to be whacking off, but I know his father and his grandfather was whacking those balls when they were playing in the major leagues.
Wow.
We're going to be talking to the one and only Milwaukee Brewers second baseman prospect, Jaden Fielder. But first, our Sports Minute with the Fish.
3, 2, 1. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a few more stories before we get to the scores tonight. The St. Louis Cardinals catcher Wilson Contreras was suspended for 6 games after blowing a gasket Monday night after striking out in the 7th inning. He threw his bat and accidentally hit his own coach, his hitting coach, Brant Brown, and then proceeded to throw a bunch of bubble gum onto the field after his ejection. The Cardinals actually went on to win that game 7-6 despite Contreras and manager Ollie Marmol's ejections. Contreras played in Tuesday's game, appealing to suspension with his hearing pending. Contreras claimed not to know why he was tossed, although crew chief Jordan Baker said he and Marmol were tossed for saying vulgar stuff to home plate umpire Derek Thomas. Contreras claimed he argued the strike call but didn't address a specific pitch or say anything disrespectful. Apparently, he heard something he thought I said. I did not say that, Contreras said after the game. The Cardinals have all but fallen out of the playoff race, sitting 6.5 games back of the Mets for the final wild card spot. Interesting story. South Carolina women's head coach Dawn Staley spoke out about rumors this offseason before the Knicks hired Mike Brown to be their next head coach, that the franchise was looking to make Staley the first female head coach in NBA history. In the newest episode of Post Moves with Candace Parker and Aaliyah Boston, Staley said that if the job was offered to her, she would have had to do it. She also said that she thinks she lost out on the job based upon some questions she asked during her interview to the staff. She asked the Knicks front office how hiring her would change their jobs, because it would, and the types of questions they would have to field, and it gave the team pause, she said, which changed the energy in the room. Despite not getting hired, Staley is unquestionably one of, if not the best women's coach in the game today, building South Carolina into a powerhouse program. Perhaps Staley, who just turned 55, will have another chance at the NBA before it's all said and done. And finally, the team with the best record in baseball, the Milwaukee Brewers, took a hit today as they had to put their all-star closer Trevor McGill on the 15-day injured list with a flexor tendon strain in his pitching arm. McGill is 5-3 with a 2.54 ERA and 30 saves in 44 appearances this season with an 11.2 K per 9 rate. The Brewers also transferred injured rookie pitcher Logan Henderson to the 60-day IL with his elbow injury, hoping for a late-season return for him. The Brewers are 83-50 on the year and lead baseball with a plus 162 run differential and have a 6.5 game lead on the Cubs for the NL Central Division lead. Abner Uribe is likely the next man up for the Brewers bullpen, as he often serves in a setup role for McGill and is 2-1 with a 1.71 ERA and a slightly better K per 9 rate than McGill at 11.4. Scores going on right now. It's 8-6. Twins leading the Blue Jays going into the bottom of the 8th in Toronto. It is in the top of the 8th in Milwaukee. They're trailing the Diamondbacks 3-1. Bottom 7, the Royals all over the White Sox 11-1. Top 9, the Pirates have a 2-1 lead on the Cardinals. The Rangers blowing out the Angels in Texas. It's 12-2 in the bottom of the 5th. It is 1-0 Astros over the Rockies in Houston in the top of the 7th. Going into the top of the 5th, Dodgers 4, Reds 1. Just underway in San Francisco between the Giants and the Cubs. Still to come tonight, A's and Tigers. Finals earlier today, the Yankees beat up on the Nationals once again, 11-2. Max Fried, his 14th win of the season. We also had the big blowout by the Braves, beating up on the Marlins 12-1 in Miami. 4-3 win for the Guardians in 10 innings over the Rays. And the Mariners, same score, 4-3 over the Padres. 3-2 win for the Red Sox over the Orioles. And the Mets behind an 8 shutout inning effort of Nolan McLean, the rookie. Now he's 3-0 with a .89 ERA. They beat the Phillies 6-0. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Job in the Mouth handle and on Facebook under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. And we're now on Twitter under our host handle at ErrolMarks34. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure you like, subscribe at all of our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Stop my Indo. Goba. Back my Goba. Goba. Ass licker.
631 672 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and now Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And Jabba the Mouth is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. It's giving extra 10% off on all orders when you jot down Jabba and the Mouth fans. Just click the link, www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth, or go to the website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com and click the Omaha Steaks logo. 10% off of whatever you click when you go to Omaha Steaks and you put in Jabba in the Mouth. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time he's on the show. His father, one of the great home run hitters of his time, and his grandfather, ex-Yankee, ex-Detroit Tiger, Mr. Cecil Fielder and Prince Fielder. And now a third generational player, the one and only Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect, Jaden Fielder. Jaden, what's up, man? This is first time on our show, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You kind of look like your dad, man. You definitely do. You resemble Papa Dukes. And
yeah, a little bit.
Listen, I grew up a Cecil Fielder fan. I watched him in Detroit, and there was one thing I remember more than anything. Cecil Fielder, at one point of his career, he was in Detroit, and he bunted a ball, and it went over the wall in Detroit. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. Could you imagine a guy that big just putting his bat out there, and it just goes over the wall? In Detroit, that's not an easy ballpark to hit home runs. Jabba knows that because he played in Detroit. It's not easy to do that. That's how strong your grandfather was. So, and now you're a third generational player. What is it like playing for the Milwaukee Brewers organization?
I mean, it's like I've said before, it's a dream come true, really. I feel like I've known everyone here my whole life because I, kind of have. It's a lot of the same staff, and obviously a lot of, Ricky and being the, the assistant manager and all that. So I get to see him, every spring training. And so it just, it feels like I'm living my childhood, over again, which it was a pretty good childhood. So yeah, I'm blessed.
So being that your dad obviously was a bigger power hitting first baseman, you being a second baseman, was there like a different player type in the divide? Like how did he help you develop as a baseball player? Either one, he was playing for one, and then after his career when it was over.
Well, I think, when he was playing, I obviously just got to see everybody. So it was, teaching moments here and there when he was playing, but it was more so, just, look around, man, just kind of focus, you're like, don't take anything for granted because it's, he always told me it's not normal to be seeing legends like this every day. So really, appreciate that. And I'd say, after he was done playing, it got more, that's when I was turning 14 and stuff. So that's when we kind of, really started practicing. He always told me have a good swing. Cause if your good swing gets you homers, it gets you homers. If it gets you a 350 average, so be it. Don't try to hit homers like I did. I didn't really try to hit homers, he said. So, it's just, I like to hit with some power, but it's more so about just hitting the ball hard. And if it goes out, it goes out.
Yeah, it's funny. My son's he's a sophomore in college now too, and he's pitching. So a little bit different, but kind of the same thing. And I understand what your dad as a player, it's different. It's just like you got 24 other dads, go play with them. I'll take care of you later. And then, it's always interesting. You can speak on this too. It's like when we do retire and then we become helping out and you're like, man, can you go back and play because you are annoying the shit out of me right now. Because we're always around. So, but it's one thing I love talking to, generational kids that grew up in a clubhouse because people don't understand what that's like. And, for obviously my son going through it and he's 19 and a lot of kids that, get the opportunity, but a lot don't. What's the biggest thing? And you kind of touched on it, but from the mental side of the game that you maybe didn't recognize when you were going through it, but as you gotten older, you're like, man, I remember seeing doing this, because there's a lot of things that you see, but it doesn't click right away until you get older, until you're put in that position to be like, oh shit, I do remember that. And this is what it takes to be successful.
Mm-hmm. Shoot. I always noticed he tried to be really calm. That's what he's always told me. Now it's you can be angry, but you play tomorrow. Or you can be super happy at a home run today, but you got a game tomorrow. It's never too high or low. It's just it was a good game. Let's have a nice dinner. Let's get ready for tomorrow. It's kind of like that thing. And another thing I would say, what I noticed, when he was at the house, he was always he always made sure write his goals out and always put them around the literally everywhere around the house. It was I'm gonna be successful in this. I'm gonna be successful in this. Just all around the house. So I think me seeing that as a kid, I was like, man, now that now I'm doing the same thing. I'm always writing things. I want to be successful in this and this. So as a kid, I thought that was really cool, and now I'm really understanding like why that was so important to him.
We are talking to Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect Jaden Fielder. If you don't know who Jaden is, he's a third generational player. His father was Prince Fielder, and his grandfather was Cecil Fielder, two baseball greats in their generation. So it's a great story when you think about generational players, and we talk about that all the time. And what's so interesting about Milwaukee right now is you're going to get a chance to see some of the young players that you've grown up with in the minor leagues, and they're getting called up and they're playing sensational baseball. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball. And some people, as far as Vegas is concerned, a top 3 team right now to win a World Series. What are your thoughts to some of the young players that you've seen or you've grown up with in the Milwaukee Brewers farm system? And where do you see this team going this year with all the great talent that they have on this team?
Yeah, well, I played it in spring training. I played with Blake Burke and Marco Dinges, Braylon, all of them. And I think what I've noticed, everyone that's in the Milwaukee like organization, they're just like cool people, really. They're just all trying to come to their job and win every day. No one's like weird or anything like that, which that's I really enjoy that. But yeah, I mean, Brewers definitely have a chance for the World Series. I don't know, they've been beating up on the Dodgers real bad every time I watch them. So, I mean, if you can beat the Dodgers, I think you can beat, anybody really. So.
No, you don't like the deferred money? You don't like the Shohei Ohtani stories, all the backlash that he's had with the betting scandal, or, hey, listen, if you
innocent till proven guilty. Innocent till proven guilty.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about that.
Facts.
Let me tell you something. This man right over here in the corner has been backing up Shohei Ohtani since day one, since he started with this show. And I don't know what the love fest for this guy is. This guy has been in a scandal since Jabba started this show. Every 6 months, this man's in a scandal. And
Innocent until proven guilty.
Innocent until proven guilty. His name's stamped to every single thing. What's next?
And he's still playing baseball and he's still rich.
Yeah, you know why? You know why? Because baseball knows that he's an international phenom. That's the only reason why he's still playing baseball. All right.
Remember that conversation? He's global. Who's the most popular?
Oh, yeah, he's global, all right.
Suck
so
it.
is my underwear. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, Speedy.
I was going to ask about a guy that we had on the show last week, actually, that your dad played with as well. He actually said he had some interesting stories about you that he couldn't tell you on there, and that was Corey Hart. Any interesting stories about him?
With any interesting stories of Corey?
Yeah.
Man,
ones that you can tell.
Yeah. I will say he. I remember. I think it was during spring training, but he has this like, I don't know if he has it now, but it was like this I think it was a 4-wheel drive like open buggy, like a buggy with like the cage around you. And I remember we drove to the gas station in it, and then like drove back to his house. And I thought that was like the coolest thing ever. I was in like a cage. I've never been like that before. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Hold on, I'm trying like a Jeep, but it was like a buggy with a cage.
It was like a dirt buggy. Like, yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about now.
I don't know what they're called, but yeah.
Hey, anybody want to go in Mr. Hart's dirt buggy? We'll call it the shag buggy. We'll call it the shag buggy.
What, Jaden? So you were talking about how you saw Pops go along and put goals in. Like, what are some goals you set for yourself? Do you set them like yearly? Do you set? Mine was like at the beginning of the year. I would set like benchmarks, like obviously obtainable ones. People, I understand you shoot for the stars. Hopefully, you hit the clouds or whatever. But do you set them like as you go, and do you cross them off, and then once you cross them off, you make a new one? Because I think that's really important for you and for anybody in general, whether it's sports wise, business wise, person, all things to set goals and standards of attainable things. And so I love to hear you do that as a kid, like to see it and how you understand that is important. So do you do it like at the beginning of the year, then like do you have like a 30-game checkup, or how do you do it?
I mean, before the season, it's usually like right when the year starts. I mostly just have like a list of like things to think about all the time, and they're actually like the lock screen on my phone. But it's like just I usually go like I'll set my goals for like my average and stuff, but like I make that at the beginning, like I make that one time, I'll make the numbers like crazy high because I just want to see like like you said, shoot for the moon, land on the stars, whatever. So I do that one time. I don't look at that until like the end of the season though. But yeah, I just have like a checklist on my phone, and I'll like sometimes update it. Like I mostly just go like one hard hit a day, like that's all I'm looking for. And then and then obviously I got a little bit of speed, so try to make it up on the bases, with walks and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm more so like the one hard hit a day, or like be calm throughout the day. I'm more so like go over that type of stuff versus like the actual like stats of it.
So, and by the way, everybody, we are talking to Milwaukee Brewers, a Bucks. I'm a Buck. Second base prospect, JD Fielder. Your father and your grandfather have the same amount of home runs in their career. I don't know if you know that. 319 home runs, which is pretty incredible. And when you look at it, it usually never works that way. When you look back at some of the guys or some of the fathers and sons that have played in professional sports, it really never has worked. And you got now, obviously, LeBron James and Bronny James. And Bronny has a big hole to fill, lots of holes to fill with a guy like LeBron. He's one of the second greatest basketball player of all time, even though he thinks he's better than Jordan. He's on drugs, but that's just my opinion. And we can go on and on and on with some of these guys. Scottie Pippen's son is in the NBA as well, trying to compare himself to his father. And then Gary Payton's son is playing in the NBA. So there's many fathers and sons. And then you look at Cecil, who has been a very successful hitter in his career as a baseball player with Detroit, and then obviously with the Yankees, and then your father with the Milwaukee Brewers. Are you surprised that your father, with such big holes, to fill with what his grandfather did as a baseball player, are you surprised your father achieved just as many goals as your grandfather did as a professional baseball player?
Shoot, not really. I mean,
he would have hit more if he didn't get hurt. Just saying.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is true. But he also got robbed of like two homers too. So he could have got more, but I don't know. I mean, no, I kind of know because he's like you said earlier. Like the more I'm growing up, the more I'm realizing like how alike I am to him. And like whenever I think of baseball, I'm trying to like. I can be better than anyone who's ever played. And I know for a fact my dad, especially know how big and strong he was at such a young age. I know he was thinking the same way. So I definitely believe that since he was young, he knew that he was going to be better, or just as good, I guess, with the same amount of home runs. But
what is it like being around your grandfather and your father, two guys, two phenoms, sitting at a dinner table, and you're right there, and they're going back and forth, and I'm sure they both think baseball differently, and one played in the 80s and the 90s, the other played in the 2000s, and you're sitting there, and you're the grandson and the son, and you're trying to say, should I listen to grandpa or should I listen to dad? What is it like being in the same room with these two behemoths and trying to grasp what these guys are trying to tell you as a professional athlete?
Well, they never like argued about who was better and stuff like that. My dad's they're not like that type of, we're not the type of family just like argue about,
They're not competitive? They're not competitive?
Not in that way. They're both great. So might as well be competitive in just like the information they give me. Yeah. Like they'll tell me stuff about, pitches and all that, but they never like went against each other or said like, I'm better than you or this or that. No.
Oh, come on. You're sitting at the table and never had fun. It's like, Dad, I hit the ball better than you. And, I can play Uno better than you. I'm a better poker player than you. All right, let's play checkers, Dad. Let's play checkers. Your father and your grandfather are not competitive like that. I can eat a hamburger faster than you, Prince.
A little bit like that. Yeah, I guess. Just a little bit.
Come on. Well, you're two professional athletes, and your father father was Cecil Fielder. And your father is Prince, an MVP. He was the most valuable player in the major leagues. He was a great player. So, and you look at both of them, you're just trying to, like, my grandfather and my father are sensational, and I have a chance to be better than them. That doesn't go through your mind as something that you want to achieve. You want to be considered a third generational superstar like your father and your grandfather were.
Yeah, of course. But I never, they never looked at as like any pressure, I guess, or like any like comparison.
No, I'm not saying pressure. I'm not saying pressure, but it is pretty cool.
Yeah. It's just I've always been told that. My dad said since I was a little kid, he's like, you can be a lot better than me because you got some speed that I unfortunately don't have too much of, but. Yeah, you can be just be the best you can be. If that ends up being better or the same or worse, so be it. But if you exceed the most of your abilities, then that's all you can really ask for.
So going back to what we were mentioning about the rule changes and all the things that Rob Manfred's trying to do in baseball, the minor leagues, it seems like, is where they're basically you guys are the test dummies for these new rules. Obviously, you said you're a speed guy, so I'm sure you like the bigger bases, but obviously the shifting being an infielder and some of the other rules. What are your thoughts to all those?
I think, that's the bigger bases were definitely, I didn't realize how much the bigger bases actually are so helpful. Like not even for being safe or whatever. It's just so you can step on the bag and not have your foot this close to the other guy. Like, I think that's definitely my favorite. The shifts, that's obviously, I hated the shifts even when they were, I just never understood them. Like, it just doesn't even make sense baseball wise to have 4 guys on the whole right side and leave this whole side open. That's just, I thought that was a little bit dumb. But yeah, I like the changes going on so far though. I will say.
What I ask my son this all the time growing up in look at you. Is that the buggy? Yeah, there it is. That's the buggy.
That's the buggy. Yeah, that's the buggy.
But yeah, I when you grow up in a club, you always have one where it's like, okay, I know he's going to this city. I want to go to this city because whether it's the food, the shopping, or just whatever. Was there one city that you're always like, oh, okay, Pops, I'm making sure I'm coming to this one?
Let me see. Angels for sure, because we got to stay in a real nice, Los Angeles hotel. I'd say for the field.
Were you a big room service guy like my son? He killed room service.
I was terrible.
Oh.
Yeah, I was.
Man, y'all kill us.
I know. Yeah, I got yelled at a few times because I would order. I started ordering salmon one time. That's when my dad got real mad. He's like, dude, you don't even eat salmon. You don't even know what salmon is. Why are you ordering salmon? But yeah, I'd say, yeah, I like that. And the Yankee Stadium, of course. That was my favorite too.
I will say this. I've been to Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium and the new Yankee Stadium. The old Yankee Stadium is so much better than the new Yankee Stadium. I even like the food over there at the old Yankee Stadium more than the new Yankee Stadium. It's just something about that stadium really had my heart. And unfortunately, they had to move forward and knock down the stadium to put a new stadium because obviously there was nothing. They needed to add more things and more features and more seats. But you look at the game now, and obviously the changes like Speedy was saying, but now you have the opportunity to watch some of the young phenoms in the league. And Aaron Judge obviously is that face with Ohtani. Who do you think is the next phenom of the league? Who do you think is going to be the next face of the league in the next 10 years?
Man, the next 10 years, excluding myself, yeah, I'd love that would be me in the next 10 years. Shoot, okay, excluding myself, I think we got Luis Pena and Jesus Mari. They're pretty good on our team. They could be up there too. They could be the faces too. So
really.
Yeah, I'd say those two are pretty good. So I think so.
You heard a lot of hype with Pena, so I definitely could believe that.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty nasty. Definitely pretty nasty.
Interesting.
So besides your grandfather and your father, any other funny either teammate story from them or one from any guys that you've played with so far in your time in minor league baseball with the Brewers?
I mean, there's all types of stories. I mean, like, I don't know if that's, on air, possible. But I mean, shoot. Yeah, no. I can't think of any right now. No.
Figure there's half the ones we usually can't say anyways.
Yeah.
What yeah, right. It's always interesting to me, like in the minor leagues, people don't understand like the grind of what the minor leagues are. They see the big leagues and, obviously what they've done. And I will give them a little bit. It took them forever to figure it out of how they were going to take better care of the minor league guys and with housing and all the other stuff. But give a little depiction, like for people that are baseball fans, but they only see like the big league side of it, where like eating peanut butter and jellies and, ham and turkey is all you get. And you got some bananas that don't know if they're edible or not. Like, it's a grind. And so give a little perspective of kind of a day in the life of a minor leaguer, because literally they don't get to see that part of it.
Yeah. I'd say my dad definitely says nowadays we have it a lot better than, back
Hell
then.
yeah, y'all do.
Definitely. So I'd say nowadays, because I've been in Arizona this whole time, staying in rookie ball, but plus the Milwaukee Brewers are very good with their minor leaguers. They've been known. So, they got us a nice apartment that, it's funded by them and all that. We do have like 3 meals a day. So it's no more, nasty bananas and all that type of stuff. Jeez Louise.
That's your dad.
Damn, are you blowing up?
My bad.
Just trying to find out if we're ordering more food from
Hey,
us.
what's her name? What's her name, fam?
Oh, no, my bad. But what was it? Yeah. Everybody.
Hey, that's your other phone too.
You just made your father's face.
No, let's get back. No, my bad. But no, we get to the field. We have 3 meals. They, obviously workout and stuff, practice, and then the game. But yeah, it's definitely it's a lot nicer than, the years before me, for sure.
Hey, but you got to give me a Dub story. You got to give me a CC story. I know there's plenty, dog. That's my dude, and I know him and Prince are tight. So there's one that you can tell.
Shoot.
You had to go to like one of his parties or something, because he threw bangers.
Yeah, let me see. I'm telling you, most of the time it was just me and Cece's boy Karsten, because the adults were off doing their thing. We were always right. Karsten actually Cece has a nice like basketball like court in his house, and
in the basement.
Yeah, me and my brother and Lil C and his brother, we would literally we'd be playing there for like 5 hours, like literally the whole time we'd go over there, like literally throughout the entire night, we would just be in there playing basketball, playing baseball. So yeah, the adults were, I don't know where they were at, but we were balling.
I mean, you can play hide and go seek and you wouldn't be found in that house anyways.
Yeah, we did that too. Yeah, it was it was a lot. Yeah, we play all types of games.
We are talking to Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect Jaden Fielder, the son of Prince, his grandfather Cecil. Before we let you go, I just want to know your opinion here. You're playing in the minors, you're playing at rookie camp. When do you see yourself being called up to the majors? And where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Do you see yourself as the starting second baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers?
I mean, I've actually started playing a little bit of second all around, like even the outfield a little bit. So I mean, the next 5 years, I'm not sure if it's going to be starting second baseman or where it's going to be, but I definitely see myself earning a spot on somewhere on that team for sure.
Right now, it's currently roadblocked by Yankees legend Caleb Durbin.
Roadblock? Please.
Playing well this year.
Please. Another Yankee gone away, as we all know. He's trying to not smile because he knows what I feel about the Yankees right now. I'm just
Yeah,
absolutely I'm fed up.
I mean,
I'm fed up with the New York
it's
Yankees.
tough.
I'm absolutely fed up with it. So I can't wait till the season's over. I'm done. Yeah, if you notice, I wear Yankee hats on this show all the time. I got all different Yankee colors, and I sport them. But every time I watch the Yankees, they make me want to hurl. Every time I watch this team, they make me sick. You spend all this money. You have an organization that has invested into the players, and these players just don't show up week by week, day by day, minute by minute, hour after hour. And I can't sit there. And then I listen to the stupid fans that, and I mean stupid, dopey fans out there that think because they're Yankee fans, they know more about the Yankees than the players do. And they don't. And it on social media, you can read what they write. Well, if Boone does this and he does that, the Yankees would be winning. Oh yeah, it's that easy, huh? You're just a mastermind for the organization. That's the problem with fans. They think what they want to think and they see what they want to see, but they don't realize how hard it really is. So,
Jaden, what he's telling you is don't look at social media. Is what he's saying.
Yeah. Stay the hell away from because there's social media. And if you ever get traded to the Yankees, I'm gonna love you. If you ever wear the number 34, I'm gonna love you because that's my number. Anything with any of those things. If you wear pinstripes and it's not the Yankees, I'm still gonna love you. So
just don't do anything that Jazz Chisholm would do, then you'll be fine.
It's not Jazz Chisholm. It's Jazz Jism. Okay, and do not go if you ever go to a home run derby. Okay, if you ever go to a home run derby, don't go out there and look like a jackass by only hitting 3 home runs. You must have been. You call yourself a Bronx bomber, and all you can hit when somebody's lobbing a ball over the plate. I would have hit more than 3 home runs. That was an embarrassment.
All right, what's in your drink? Because you would hit 3 home runs on a big league field. No
I'm telling you,
chance.
I got power,
I mean, if
man.
you're playing t-ball fences,
I'm telling you, I got power. What do you think? You really don't think I have any power?
there's no chance you're hitting a homer in a big league yard. No shot.
Okay, that'll be a bet too.
You just said you could hit 3 homers,
I think that if I get time and swing 400 or 500 at bats in 2 days, 3 days, absolutely.
Come on,
No
dog.
question. You're lobbing a ball over the plate. And you're going to tell me that if I had the opportunity and tempo and technique in a couple of days, I can't hit it.
You got to swing really hard, though. If he's lobbing it, you got to swing really hard.
I'm a pretty big, strong person, man. I'm not small. So it's not like I can. What are you making faces, Jabba? You think I can?
There's no shot. There's no. You're literally okay. Are you not listening to yourself? A dude that literally is in a big leagues. You don't have to like him or not, but he's a proven big leaguer. Couldn't hit 3 homers, and you're sitting here
because he can't take the pressure. What do I have to lose to stand over there and somebody?
Nothing. But you just said you could hit more than 3 homers.
If I'm practicing and going out there and swinging out a ball,
and this dude does it every day.
Exactly. That makes him just the biggest retard.
Even Robinson Cano had 0 at one point, right? Was it Robinson Cano had 0 in the home run derby?
Yeah.
Did he? No home runs in a home run derby?
No, he ended up hitting them, but yeah, there's been some names that have had 0. Mm-hmm. The fact that you had the audacity to say you'd hit more than 3.
I think I would. Yes, I think I would.
That is blasphemy.
All right. Well, that's another bet.
Jaden, can you please tell him how hard it is?
I mean, it's pretty difficult. I mean, there's been some days I'm pretty decent at hitting BP homers. There's been some days I have no shot, so it's pretty difficult.
Okay, so all right, so over there in Yankee Stadium, what's the furthest place to hit a home run?
The home run derby wasn't in Yankee Stadium.
I'm just saying. What is the furthest place in Yankee Stadium to hit a home
Left
run?
center.
How far is that?
390, something like that.
Okay. I was at a baseball field, and I can tell you there's somebody that will actually tell you that a kid was lobbing a ball over, and I was smacking a ball over 350 feet. So you're going to tell me I can't hit it another 40 feet over a freaking yard? Come on, man. You think I really don't have power?
I'm not saying that, but
really, yeah, you are. You're telling me I can't do
You
it.
have never once on this show said you're not good at something.
That's not true. I can't bowl for shit. I'm a horrible bowler. I am the worst bowler in creation known to man. And I can't play golf. I've never played golf, and it's an absolute, probably be an absolute embarrassment because I've never done it before. But I can hit a baseball. I know I can. So, and again, I played in a men's league with semi-pro baseball players, and I was pretty good too. So I think I can hit it. So, and you're telling me Jazz Chisholm himself, who's standing there and getting lob balls, and he had 17 home runs, who opened his big freaking mouth and embarrassed himself on national television, comes out there and says, well, we're still a good team. I'm still a great player. Shut up. I'm done. I'm done with Jazz Chisholm. I'm done with this team. Sell them all off. I don't want anybody on this team. Get rid of them all. In the offseason, get rid of Aaron Boone, get rid of Cash, get rid of Hal Steinbrenner. Sell his ass. All right? That's what I'm going to say about this.
Hey, I'm not going to – I didn't mean to bring this up, but Cecil Fielder had 0 homers in a home run derby.
See? Yeah.
In 1990.
It happens.
Ken Griffey Jr., Mike Piazza did it twice, Gary Gaetti. And then there's Errol Marks, who's going to go just hit yaks just all over the place.
Listen, let's do it. Let's do it. If you're lobbing a ball over the plate, and
that's harder.
Listen, I'm telling you, you think I really can't hit the ball?
I'm not saying it's harder to hit a home run if a dude's lobbing it instead. Like if he's throwing 90, your odds are way better than.
I got what you're saying because of the tempo. You know, when you're going full speed, and it's all about the. I got it, but I'm telling you, I can hit the ball. So,
all right, sign me up for whatever bet you want right now. That you will hit more than 3 homers.
No, I have to practice. You can't tell me that I'm just going to go.
Yeah, I'm not saying you go in raw.
No,
you never go in raw.
No, I'm talking about a couple of days, maybe 100 pitches. I need some time to get my swing. Once I have my swing, 100%. Yeah, I can
tell by your practice swing that was trash.
What do you mean my practice swing?
Yeah, I'm
sitting in a friggin' seat.
That's hot garbage, son.
You know what? I'm going to give you hot garbage. Not on the radio, baby.
Wow. Jaden, you saw it too. You chuckled. I got you.
Yeah. I like anal.
Well, listen, he could chuckle. Yeah, you guys can chuckle. Let's chuckle. All right. Well, we'll be chuckling after me. All right. Anyways, we love you, man. And I wish you nothing but the best. I want you to come back on the show. We did have a lot of fun. Maybe, by the time you come back on the show in about, 6 months, 5 months, whenever you want to come back on, you're in the majors playing baseball, and we could talk about when you're going to win your first MVP. How about that?
Yeah, for sure. That sounds like a great plan. Great plan.
Yeah, well, don't worry, man. I didn't say I was going to hit more home runs than you. Okay, so I would never do that to you. But Jazz Chisholm, I might have to. I might have to go one-on-one. It might have to happen. Maybe I'll beat him with my baseball bat after I'm done with him. Anyways. Thank you, my friend, and tell your father I said hello. Tell Jabba, say Jabba, because he doesn't even know who the hell I am. Yeah. Tell him Jabba says hello.
Your dad's 2 for 2 off me, so he owes me.
Very nice. Okay, I will do.
I'll tell you what I could beat I might be able to beat your father at. How about a hamburger eating contest? You think I could beat him in a hamburger eating contest?
He doesn't really eat hamburgers too much, so
I win. There you go. So at least I can beat him at something. There you go. I can't beat anybody in bowling. I'm probably the worst bowler known to man. Even if you put what do they call those bumpers? Those bumpers. I'm still really bad. Because I always thought, hey, you know what? If I throw the ball down as hard as I can down the middle, it's going to knock all the pins. It doesn't usually work that way. I have no finesse whatsoever. So. I'm just embarrassing myself right now as we speak. So I'm going to let you go, man, before you probably think I'm a complete asshole. Anyways, Jaden, we really appreciate you. You're sensational. And we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you. Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect, Jaden Fielder. And, and that's what banter is, ladies and gentlemen. Even if you hate it, banter can go in many different areas. Right, Speedy?
Oh, yeah.
We all know that Jabba just can't stand it, but, we can go back and
love it.
forth. He can. Yeah, I love it too. As much as I like to embarrass myself, but I'm going to tell you this: we're going to make these bets, man. You got to give me an opportunity to do what I got to do.
Look, we're going to have the Jabba in the Mouth Olympics. So far, you're going to steal a base off of Jabba.
Five times.
You got 5 opportunities
five
to steal a base.
5 opportunities.
All right. And now you are going to hit not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 or more home runs in a big league park dimension situation 100%. Simulation setting. You're going to get to have practice. We'll film it like the Rocky IV montage scene.
Let's do it.
You relearning how to hit a baseball. It's only going to take, a couple of practices.
Let's do it.
You'll be ready back to hit major league caliber pitching. You got this.
First of all, and I want you guys to understand something. I was at a ballpark recently, and the furthest part of the park was 350 feet, and I was smacking the ball over. I smacked the ball 3 times over. Out of maybe it was a kid throwing me the ball. He threw it like 15 times. I foul tipped a couple of them, but when I got a hold of them, I was pulling them. So I can absolutely.
Were you pulling everything, or were you going like dead center?
No, I was pulling them. I was just pulling. I remember. I haven't played baseball.
Well, look, you can get it out if you pull it 350. You can get it out. In a major league park dimensions, you can.
But I was very good at putting the ball where I wanted the ball to go. So I can hit the ball all over the field. I was a pretty good hitter, but again, I haven't really played recreational baseball. I played in a men's league. What was it, like 4 or 5 years ago? It was pretty good. There was a couple of semi-pro baseball players that were playing in the league, but it was fun. I got an opportunity. I got it first time to see a slurve. By the way, when you see a slurve, if you think you can hit it, good luck. I mean, those things, they spin in so many different
directions. I'll never forget, first curveball I ever saw. I ducked, and I heard strike, and I heard strike 1. And that's when I knew it was not going to be going well for me the rest of my baseball career. It was too much for me.
And by the way, I never said that when Jabba warms up, I could just get right at the plate and smack a ball. I never said that. And
that wasn't on our list.
That's not part of it yet. Look, we have plenty of time for you to get more things on this list.
Listen, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm very strong. And
can you throw a football a quarter mile?
No, I don't have a good arm. Not in football. I can throw a baseball. I have a pretty good arm at baseball, but a football, I think, yeah, absolutely, I could do that. 100%.
If we were to do like what's the equivalent of a punt, pass, and kick in baseball? Like, what would be the equivalent of that?
I couldn't kick a ball. I'm sorry.
Like a Tom Amansky like accuracy drill or something?
No, I can't. If you asked me to try to kick a field goal, probably at maybe 10, 15, maybe 20 yards. Anything more than that, I probably
You'd be surprised how hard it is to just kick an extra point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so hard.
You'd be surprised how not only like just to get it the right height, but also to like get it straight enough
and not break your toe.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, like it's like you can't kick it like a soccer ball. Like we have a soccer kicker that we're trying out right now as our kicker because let's face it, that's what you do. And he just gets under the ball all the time, and he puts too much backspin on it, doesn't go far enough. So,
hey, but who was the punter in the NFL that had the specially made shoes with the ballerina like flat toe?
I don't know. Speedy, you know that one?
Punter with a ballerina shoe? No, I don't remember.
No, it was like the flat toe though.
I don't remember, but I think I do remember somebody.
Yeah, because he had like half a foot, right?
Tom Dempsey.
Tom Dempsey, yeah.
Tom Dempsey had a club foot, and he had like a special.
Yeah, that special
shoe.
And
he's the one that had the record before it was broken.
See, listen, I can admit when I know I'm not good at it. All right, I could definitely tell you I can't punt, I can't kick, I can't do any of that stuff.
You think so? For example, what about slap boxing? You think that's coming around?
I'm a great slap boxer any day.
See, now here's one of the ones that
any day. Oh boy, any day. You want it now?
I am not volunteering in this. I do not think I'd be a good slap boxer. I am not saying I would, but I would like to see you compete for this.
I will smack the shit out of you.
Tom, you're giving him amateur hours.
I'll tie one hand behind my back.
You could go in the Dana White thing and do it.
That's what I'm saying. The new slap boxing league.
No, listen,
Yeah.
listen. I think the way I slap box when I was a kid is you get chalk and you draw a line. Now you have to stay in the box. You got to stay in the box, and it's all about speed and technique. I was very, very good. Actually, I rather at some points, even though I was.
Do you think you could take on the big Hawaiian though?
I'm not going to stand over there and let this guy smack me in the face.
No
okay?
chance.
There's no chance I'm standing there. And
Look at this.
Do you watch the ones when they have it in slow motion and like their jaw is on the other side of their face?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. First of all,
Look at that.
I'm not standing there for somebody to hit me. Okay, I'm ducking and weaving and blocking and defending myself. I'm not doing that. But I actually, we were legitimately
The crazy
boxing,
Hawaiian.
like boxing, like I'm really good. I have fast hands. So yeah, I think that'd be pretty good. So I wish they had.
I saw one of those slap ones where like the dude got hit in the ear and like his ears like started bleeding. I was like, what?
Dude,
That's like his brain.
Right,
dude. When you get hit, if it depends on where you get hit. There's a part of your jaw. If you get hit under your ear, the ringing sound that you hear on the other side of the other ear, it's horrible. And sometimes it doesn't go away for an hour or maybe even 2. I'll never forget. I'll tell you guys a quick story. It wasn't boxing. It was mixed martial arts. And I was practicing at a UFC gym. And I did a round with this guy. They said he was a good boxer and all this other stuff. And I was his training partner. And they told me, just stand up with him and keep an open hand. No closed hand, no closed fist, just smack, right? So this guy's a little bit longer than me. And, he was throwing kicks and trying to set me up. This guy came under my arm, under my shoulder, and right there and smacked me on the side of the back of my ear. And I felt like I lost my hearing for like 50 seconds. I couldn't hear anything. No ring, no nothing. I thought I lost my hearing. That's how hard he hit me. And after that, I was like, you know what? I better learn how to defend myself a little bit better with these long guys.
There's no chance. Like that too. Like, but then when they like kick him in the leg or something, throw the towel in. Like, throw the towel in. I want no. This dude's been kicking metal pulls. Like, no, I'm out.
So when I started doing mixed martial arts, I was taught how to axe kick. And an axe kick is when you come up and you come down on a leg, like you're cutting a tree.
Yeah, I know what it is. Doesn't mean I want to get hit with it.
I became really, really good at doing that. And that was the first thing I would set up to throw my combination.
Hey, did you do? Obviously I've seen it, but is it like a legit thing where they like train their shins?
Yes. So, all right,
like
Muay
you
Thai
bone
fighters,
a bat.
Yeah, Muay Thai fighters. What they do is they go to Japan, or there's different places, Brazil, and they have bamboo trees. And what they do, they train their shins. They kick the bamboo tree until they completely numb their shins.
I saw a video on this.
I did too. That one in there, like where they take it and like
just
it's like you're
with it.
Yeah, like you're boning a bat. Like
so what they yes, you
harder.
do that too. But so what they do is they create calluses in their shins. So you have no feeling when you throw a kick. You never want to. If you want to watch Muay Thai fighting, Muay Thai fighters are the craziest fighters, because when they throw kicks, it's like them chopping at a tree. It hurts. You go to a Muay Thai practice or training, those the senseis over there, they will kick the living crap out of you just throwing kicks at you. If you don't know how to defend it, and by the way, don't try to defend it with your arms, because good luck. You got to learn how to check kick. You got to learn how to check kick them. And by the way, if they hit certain parts, if you don't train your leg defensively where they're going to kick you, they're going to take your leg right off your body. Dude, I would go home and I'd be icing my leg up for hours. That's how bad it is. But you have to train that way. You got to train against the better fighters and the different styles of fighting if you want to become a good mixed martial artist. So I learned very, very quickly the toughest fighters in the world are wrestlers. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't care what Muay Thai, judo. I have a black belt in judo. I have a black belt in Kempo, and I have a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And I'm going to tell you this right now. No matter what I have, if this guy's a Greco-Roman wrestler, they're kicking the shit out of you. I don't care what you think you know and how much you know. They're going to pick you up and they're going to drop you on your fucking back. And once they do that, they're going to hold you down because they're going to use your body weight against you, and good luck trying to get up. If you don't, what you saw with Chimaev, what he did, that guy is a world-renowned wrestler. Good luck.
There's a famous professional wrestling story of Eddie Guerrero was like a hothead before he passed away, and he was mad at Kurt Angle, and Kurt Angle won a gold medal in wrestling for America
with a broken neck,
with a broken freaking neck, as was the gimmick, and true, and was on painkillers and got addicted to painkillers, unfortunately. But the guy attacked Kurt Angle, and he just beat the ever-loving crap out of him, put him in a hold immediately, and like the funny thing was they go to Eddie Guerrero afterwards, like, what were your things? He's like, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I couldn't do anything. And
by the way, Jake, I see Jake saying, got to be flexible, throw an axe kick. The first person I ever knocked out in mixed martial arts was a flying knee. So just so you know, I actually landed a flying knee under his chin, knocked him out.
You probably look like Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat doing it.
Oh, honestly, dude,
you probably look like a spider monkey because you're not even 6 foot.
No, dude, fly. First of all, and a Superman punch. I really got really good at throwing Superman punches, and watching GSP do it over the years, just watching video of him. Well, I would go to the gym, and that's what I would practice on the bag, setting up combinations in a Superman punch. And remember, the Superman punch comes from the back of your leg. The press of the back of your leg and pushing forward is where all the power comes from. It's pretty amazing. Mixed martial arts it's crazy. You have to be a great athlete to do it. It's sensational. It really is.
I think my uncle did that too.
Yeah. Your uncle. Okay.
Oh, God.
Your uncle, dude. Your uncle is a tough SOB.
I know.
He could throw punches, man. That guy's got a heavy punch. Go if you want to box with him. He could throw heavy punches. Me and him would never box against each other, but we mess around. He's fast for a guy that his size. He's really, really fast.
Dude, he's
Anyways,
got arms for legs.
Yeah, he's pretty tough. Your uncle has no how could I say this? No back end memory. So if somebody knocks you out, if somebody knocked him out, he'd just come back and fight you again. He's one of those guys. Good luck. You better knock him out, because if you don't knock him out, he's going to kill you.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we got a segment in like Flint.
I've often heard that you'd give me a warm welcome if we met again.
Like Flynn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and this, we weren't sure we were going to do this because we thought we had Goody's bag of balls. I want to give a shout out to my good stir. Goody is now in Cleveland getting ready.
I was going to say, I thought he was going to Cleveland.
Yeah, he is in Cleveland. He
Yeah,
just
he's in
landed
Cleveland.
early this afternoon, and he's excited because he's doing his final series of the baseball season with the Cleveland Guardians. So congratulations to him. Very excited. All right, my in like Flynn this week, it was a last-minute thing. I wanted to go rating. So there's a company called Athlon Sports that rated the top anchors of all time. All right. So I wanted to go into this. I'm going to give you their top anchors of all time. I'm going to give you a thumbs up or thumbs down on what I think. All right. We're going to go 5. We're going to go 5-1. You ready? Number 5, Stuart Scott. I don't know if anybody knows who Stuart Scott, 1993 to 2015, passed away, cancer. One of the best anchors ESPN ever had to offer.
If you don't, you should be punched.
Yeah, no, hold on. I just want everybody to hear what I think about him. He changed the broadcasting world. If you watch any of the old movies, I don't know if you've seen Mr. 3000. Mr. 3000 with Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac.
Yep, he was in Mr. 3000. Practically every single sports movie of the past, this man was the face of ESPN Sports. Really, him and Chris Berman were everything to ESPN. And Dan Patrick. But Stuart Scott, and honestly, Rich Eisen recently was on. He filled in for SportsCenter, and he mentioned that Stuart Scott is the greatest broadcaster and greatest anchor he's ever worked with. So one of the greatest. I would give him 3. If I had 3 thumbs, 3 thumbs up. So
As
Stuart
cool
Scott.
as The Other Side of the Pillow. That was my
That's
favorite of
right.
his.
Greg Gumbel. would be number 4. Greg Gumbel, CBS, still there with CBS. NCAA tournament, NBA, MLB, with the Winter Olympics, college baseball. He's working right now, still to this day. Greg Gumbel is, and by the way, Brian Gumbel too is his brother. So this is a family of very successful broadcasters. One of the better, more known journalists and TV personalities of all time. So I'm going to give Greg Gumbel 2 thumbs up. So Greg Gumbel, number 4. Number 3, Chris Berman. Now, this guy was arguably, he was ESPN. He was everything to ESPN. He created the personalities that ESPN became. And you talk about guys like Stephen A. Smith. You talk about guys that they've brought over the years, the Rich Eisens of the world. All of those guys, they all came from this. Chris Berman was the face of ESPN Sports for many, many years. Back on home run derby. I mean, he was everything, not just the baseball, football, everything. ESPN, whoop. He was the face of ESPN. Whoop! That, exactly.
Stumbling, rumbling, bumbling.
That's right. I'm going to give him 4 thumbs up. Absolutely. I actually think Chris Berman was in the top 2 of all time. So thumbs up, baby. That's what I'm going to give him. Number 2, Dan Patrick. And Dan Patrick really is one of the greatest journalists, broadcasters. He's one of Adam Sandler's greatest friends. If you go and watch any of Adam Sandler movies, he's in almost every single one of them. He's got a piece of every single one of them. Entertainment, the Dan Patrick Show. He helped out the Connecticut School of Broadcasting. Now he has the Dan Patrick School of Broadcasting. He is really the face of broadcasting over the last 16 years. I love everything that he does. If you look at all the great people that he's had on the show in the past, you talk about Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee should mimic this guy for all the things that he's done for professional sports from 1989 to now, really 2006. And now he has his own show for, I don't know, the last 15
Forever,
years.
man, it feels like.
So Dan Patrick, I'm going to give him 5 thumbs up. 5 thumbs up, baby! Danny boy! And by the way, I met Dan Patrick, one of the nicest people you will ever meet. So gracious, sit down, have a conversation with you. And by the way, if you're a beer drinker, he likes his beer as well. So Dan Patrick, number 2. I think he should be number 1. And now, Keith Olbermann as number 1. Now, here's the reason. I like Keith Olbermann. He worked with ESPN. He's right now working for CNN. He's done stuff with Fox. He's been all over the world when it comes to broadcasting. MSNBC in 97, like I said, Fox Sports, Net, NBC, everything, nightly news. He's been all over. Broadcasting-wise, he's been a king of broadcasting. Started his career in ESPN. It's been sensational. He's had a sensational career. But to put him number 1, I think they're going a little overboard here. I would have put Dan Patrick. I would have put Chris Berman. I would have put him 4, maybe 6. I might even put him in 5. So I'm going to put him 2 thumbs down. I like Keith Olbermann. He's great. And by the way, I met Keith Olbermann at the Sports Emmys. Very, very nice dude. He really is. Very nice guy. You wouldn't even know that it was Keith Olbermann when you meet him because he's a very quiet guy and he has this thick beard now. So he looks like Paul Bunyan. That's what he looks like. He really does. So kind of looked like Jabba a couple of weeks ago. All right. So, but very, very nice dude. I'm not saying Olbermann's not one of the best. In my top 5, no. I would take many, many guys. There's a lot of other anchors that I could look at right now. And honestly, I'm putting Ian Eagle here. I'm putting Mike Green here. I'm putting a couple of guys as far as anchors are concerned. So Keith Olbermann, 2 thumbs down. So there you go.
Was Howard Cosell eligible for this?
No.
Because if he was, he should have been number 1.
No, he's not eligible for this.
Okay.
Howard Cosell and Scott Van Pelt was number 7. Kenny Mayne was number 8.
So what would that
just Sports Center
criteria?
guys?
Yeah, the criteria.
Oh, this is so I don't know. So this is.
Sounds like those were all Sports Center guys.
Yeah. Well, they're Sports Center guys. Some of them were Sports Center guys, but
I think every single one of them.
Yeah, but they're all. Yeah, they could be, but they're all driven from all different parts of their careers. They didn't just do ESPN. Chris Berman didn't start on ESPN, so he started on CBS. So they all drove their careers as they left ESPN. So I guess you want to say top 25 Sports Center guys, but anchors on SportsCenter. So Oberman was number one, which I think is crazy. I would say, if you want to say this, I would go Dan Patrick 1, Chris Berman 2, Stuart Scott 3, Scott Van Pelt 4, Reese Davis 5. That's where I would go.
You like Reese that much? That's interesting.
Yeah, I like Reese. And
I think Reese is good, but I don't know if I would put him up there. But I think there's like
Rico?
all-time greats. I would put Dan Patrick 1 as well. Dan Patrick's my all-time favorite for sure.
It's like Dan Patrick's just like so natural. Like, I mean, SportsCenter is obviously different, but now like when you watch him, it's like you're just chilling with your uncle, just shooting the shit.
So Athlon Sports, I'll give a shout out to Athlon Sports. This was 25 of the greatest SportsCenter anchors of all time.
Okay.
So I didn't do that. All right, so there it is. And
where was Linda Cohn at?
Linda Cohn. Let me see.
Big Rangers fan.
She is.
She still plays hockey.
It's so cool.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me see. John Anderson, Craig Kilborn. I'm looking right now. I don't see her.
Didn't
Harley
Kilborn
Steiner.
do he did like a late show, right?
Yeah, so Kilborn was really like, the story with him was he wasn't as into sports as anyone else at ESPN, and he ended up just doing kind of comedy and late night stuff.
So Rich Eisen was number 18. Mike Tirico is number 19. Steve Levy was number 20.
I like Steve Levy.
So Susie Colbert was 23. Kevin Frazier was 24. And Sage Steele was number 25. So she's not even on the list. So
Sage Steele.
So there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our final segment of the night as we call this the one and only King of the Hill.
Here's the King of the Hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never, ever hit below that.
Not that kind of King of the Hill, you dumb. Ready? This is King of the Hill.
We don't have the
All right. Oh, I got a message from the king. If I can get some music, please, for King of the Hill, where we will have 3 rounds of trivia. We will compete in the peasant fight. Yes.
By the way, I want to give a shout out to all the guys. I talked to 5 people after the show where they would have went, and every single one of them said that they would have picked me over the one and only King.
Get over it.
All right, let's add everybody in.
Move
I already
on.
have the first category up, but let's get the interns in. It's their last night, Errol. Let's have them come on in for King of the Hill. Let's get Jake and Zach in on this one. I think we're going to do it in an interesting way. Here is the message, just a little bit lower with the music, Tommy. We have King Goody, who has won a couple of weeks in a row. Here it is. I said, keep crushing it in Cleveland, Goody. Thank you. Long weekend coming up, but I'm probably going to be out tonight. I need you to be the king. He asked me to be the king, so guess what? I am now the King of the Hill, and we are going to see who wants the crown. We have enough time to have 5 people compete tonight. Let's do it. First category. Best running QBs of all time. When I say in quotation running QBs, people that are known for being a mobile quarterback, not someone that is just, like great at everything type of
Tom,
a thing.
you want to play? You want to play?
Sure. Let's play.
We can get everybody in just for this first round. We are a little early tonight, so we might as well. King of the Hill. All right, you guys. I'm right here. Tommy, you can hang out
whoever
on the
goes
side.
first is picking the obvious.
All right, so I am thinking of a number between 1 and 100, and whoever's closest gets to go first. So let's start with Tommy.
Between 1 and 100.
He didn't even have his
just give me a number.
I'm going to say 20.
Okay, Errol.
Give me 60.
Zach.
73.
Damn,
Speedy.
it's not multiple choice, people.
44.
Jabba.
62.
Jake.
8.
Well, my number in football was 75. Zach was the closest. Zach, you get to go first. I'm going to flop you with Tommy, so it's going to go down in like a little L here. Jake, you're going to go last in the round.
You got to explain why, because it's very important.
I got you.
So it's all about I'm the king. I'll tell you what's important, former King Errol. And yes, it is all about the explanation. All right, so here we go, Zach. With King of the Hill, best mobile quarterbacks of all time. Start it off.
I mean, I feel like the obvious one, and I'm going to go with Michael Vick. I mean, it's ever since like the college days, even in the NFL, he was dominated on the Falcons, even the Eagles. He had a stint. I love Michael Vick. I'm not a fan of what he did, obviously, but I still think Michael Vick is probably the best running QB I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Errol!
You know, it's so interesting when you're looking at quarterbacks and greatest quarterbacks, but I'm going to go with another obvious guy, and that's Steve Young. Steve Young was a great running back, 3-time Super Bowl champ, 2-time NFL MVP, winner of the Offensive Player of the Year. Steve Young, not only left-handed, and by the way, took over for one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Joe Montana, and had to really fill in those shoes. But then Joe Montana didn't have the speed this guy had. Outside, inside, could run the ball and do all those things. And remember, he wasn't even drafted by the 49ers. He was drafted by the Buccaneers. So I'm going to go with Steve Young.
Tommy!
All right. I'm going to go with one of the, of course, not one of, but the fastest quarterback in the league right now. I'm going with Lamar Jackson, the man who stands alone at the rushing title for the most rushing title in a season by a quarterback. I mean, the man is just absolutely electric with his feet. The best dual threat quarterback when it comes to running and throwing the ball in the modern day NFL. And he started off at his young age. He wasn't really the most active running quarterback his first season, but he was absolutely lights out with his feet going forward, even in college too. So I'm gonna go with Lamar Jackson.
Speedy.
All right, I'll go to a different era. I'll go with Randall Cunningham with the Philadelphia Eagles, and then Minnesota as well for a very long time too. I think it was the first one. It was the first one to get close to 1,000 yards. I think get 900 consistently 2 years in a row. And what was probably a tougher era for defense too, when you look at those great Bears defenses and the NFC East, the Giants, Washington at that time, that all those great defenses that he played against. So definitely Randall Cunningham has to be up there.
Jabba.
I'm gonna go Cordell Stewart. Drafted in, I want to say like 95, if I remember right. And it was interesting because when he went to them, they were really kind of a passing quarterback team. And I want to say, if I'm going to have to look this up, because I know where there were seasons that he didn't throw for 2,000 but ran for 1,000. And rushing yards, he had over 2,800. Rushing TDs, 38. And then he goes to the Bears and literally ran the entire time. So when he was with Pittsburgh, he was literally changed their style of game when he came over. So, yeah, Cordell Stewart's there for me.
All right. Jake for 2.
All right, so for my first choice, I'm actually pretty shocked that he fell this far. I'm going to go with Superman, go with Cam Newton. Was winner of a unanimous MVP, pretty much defined the offense for the Carolina Panthers, and was, I was a Superman. Obviously, he held the record at the time. I believe it was single-season rushing touchdowns in that season, and until it was just recently broken by Jalen Hurts, I believe, for of his career of a rushing quarterback with rushing touchdowns. And then for my second choice, I'm going to go with more.
Hold on, we got Tom. Tom's got to go too.
Oh, all right. So I found
Tom's
here.
Gotta go too.
Wait.
Robert Griffin III.
All right, we're only going to do 2 quarterbacks then.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, we're only going to do 2. All right, so
All right.
Thomas, you got RG 3?
Yep, I got Robert Griffin III. Rookie season, he threw for 3,200 yards and ran for an astonishing 815 yards. And it says he displayed power, speed, and strength, and the grit when he ran the football, and many expected that, and the next all-time player had arrived. So this guy sounds like a pretty legit quarterback, so I'm going to go with Robert Griffin III.
All right, Thomas, now give us another one coming back. You're at the top of the second round.
All right, so I got Josh Allen, arguably the best quarterback in the game today. Josh Allen has taken the NFL award by storm and showcased one of his sweetest touches, one of the grittiest and hardest running games the league has ever seen, following an absolute breakout season in 2021 where he ran for a 700.
You don't have to read that. I got it.
Well, I don't really know football a lot, so.
I got it.
All right.
I'm assuming you wrote that yourself and had that prepared. So it's a great job being organized.
Yeah,
like that way.
Good,
All right.
The new guy.
Back down the line to Jake.
So I was kind of annoying. I was going to pick Josh Allen, but I guess I'll have to pivot here. I'm going to go with Kyler Murray. kind of an undersized quarterback, but he has used his rushing ability very well. He's scrambled out of the pocket many times, and it's weird because everyone makes fun of his short stature, but it's actually helped him as a huge benefit because he's so mobile, he's so quick. How he maneuvers in the pocket and makes those crazy throws. And I always remember the amazing throw he had against Buffalo from a few seasons ago where he scrambled all the way out last couple seconds just in time to deliver the ball to DeAndre Hopkins. So, yeah, I'm going to go with Kyler Murray for my second pick.
Jabba!
I'm going to go Donovan McNabb. Kind of understated. Kind of came in like right after Cunningham and Steve Young. And it was crazy too. Not his rookie year, but I want to say his sophomore year, he led his team in passing touchdowns and rushing touchdowns. So I think he kind of went understated with coming in right after Steve Young ran the Cunningham and how prevalent they were with the running game. But yeah, Donovan McNabb was one for me.
All right, Speedy.
All right, I'll go to one I think I mentioned a different King of the Hill, and that was Steve McNair, one of the better dual threats at that time, too, with the Tennessee Titans. They didn't have a lot of, like, the overall, except for Eddie George, obviously, a running back, a lot of the receiving weapons around him, so he had to really create a lot for, again, an expansion team at that time, or relocating from Houston to the Houston Oilers to the Tennessee Titans, which was the Super Bowl that first year, very close to winning that, but even with the Ravens, too, had very good longevity as a runner as well. So I'm going to go Steve McNair, rest in peace. Very sad what happened with him.
True. If you've seen that documentary, by the way,
that documentary is crazy.
Yeah,
that's if Errol, if you haven't seen the Aaron McNair documentary,
Of course I did. I've seen every single documentary, especially that what happened to him and the death of him. So.
Yeah, it's Errol Marks. You know he's seen everything. Duh.
All right, Johnny.
By the way, that investigation's still being investigated because
crazy.
There's more to the story that nobody even knows. So.
Yeah, it's a lot to unfold. But going over to my last pick, I'm actually surprised, or not surprised, I'm actually happy that he fell over to me because this was growing up my favorite football player and watching football. I loved myself some Russell Wilson, some prime Russell Wilson. I'm talking about 2014 to 2019 Russell Wilson. Nobody could tell me that his elusiveness wasn't the best elusiveness in the league. He just absolutely knew how to how to be the dual threat quarterback that he was. Knew how to sling the ball when he needed to, and of course get out of the pocket and run with his legs when definitely needed to as well. So I'm going Russell Wilson.
All right, Errol.
All right, so there was two guys that I can't believe nobody picked, but this guy was one that I definitely stood out to me, and that's Dante Culpepper. Dante Culpepper was one of the most promising young talents.
Didn't Jabba pick him? I thought Jabba picked him.
No, he didn't.
No?
Oh, no.
I didn't McNabb.
Oh, Speedy, why don't you zipper your mouth? You're an idiot. 2000s, and you're cutting me off, of course. I'm going to go with Dante Culpepper. Zipper your mouth, you idiot.
All right, and Zach, to finish it off.
Why would I say it if I didn't hear him? Why would I say that?
All right, I'm going to go, although it's a short-lived career, I'm going to go with Colin Kaepernick. He dominated the NFC West. The NFC, he reached the Super Bowl once against the Ravens. Unfortunately, they lost. Reached multiple NFC championships. He was actually the fastest. I had to look this up because I was actually shocked. He's the fastest QB to reach 3,000 yards in a career, postseason and regular season. Did not know that. So I'm going to go with Colin Kaepernick.
Also threw the fastest first pitch in baseball.
I will say this about Colin Kaepernick. He ran an offense in college at Nevada that is my favorite offense in the history of football. And that is important because of our next topic. So that's a little teaser. But I'm going to tell you who I voted for. I wrote them all down. I'm actually going to do this more legitimate than any king you've ever had. Any king. I'm going to just tell you who I'm eliminating. I'm eliminating Thomas, RG3. Played like 1 year as a running quarterback and couldn't really run that much after that. Jake, I'm not biting on Kyler Murray. I love the Cam Newton pick. Jabba, Cordell Stewart wasn't really his slash. He ended up playing other positions. I'm not going to give you that one as a true running quarterback.
Good, so I get a break? Yes.
You get a break. Tommy, Russell Wilson ran to throw, not ran to run, you know. So
Duran.
You're right.
So, you know, that was the best thing about him, was his ability to look downfield on the move, not so much as, you know, being a running quarterback, in my opinion.
Right.
So those guys are eliminated. Then I have to choose between three really good ones. So I'm going to... So here's my problem. Kaepernick is a running quarterback for sure. And Michael Vick is pretty great, Zach. So it's pretty hard as a running quarterback. It's hard to argue with that. Errol, Steve Young's probably my favorite running quarterback of all time. But Dante Culpepper was not a running quarterback. He had one season, 10 touchdowns. Besides that, and in his first big year, he had 7 touchdowns. After that, he didn't get over 422 yards the rest of his career. I got to knock you out for the Culpepper pick on this one. So I'm going with Zach and Speedy. I thought your picks were flawless. Randall Cunningham and Air McNair.
Flawless. It's definitely cutting people off. So you better zip your mouth. Next time I'm going to throw my hat at you.
All right, let's get those two guys into the bottom. Everyone else pop out for this round, except for Errol. Errol, you'll hang out up top with me, and you can chime in and interrupt Speedy like
Maybe
you
I
got
should cut
interrupted.
Speedy off.
I'm saying you can. You're like in this little circle that I'm usually in as the court jester.
No,
You can play your drops, you know.
What I'm gonna say, and I'm being serious. Why would I say something if I didn't hear Jabba say it? Why would you cut me off while I'm talking? You cut me off after I'm done speaking. Does anybody cut you off when you speak? No, do they? Do they? Yes or no? Move on. No, I'm not gonna move on. You move on, or I'm gonna eliminate you, you idiot.
All right. Well, the king says move on at this point in time. So we're moving on to the next category. It is the joust. Here we go. Let's add it back to the stage. You guys get a chance to take me on if you can win this category. It's one that I teased a second ago. The best offensive systems of all time. The one I was talking about with Colin Kaepernick is famously not going to be on this list because it didn't work in the NFL that well. But the pistol offense with the slice zone read, which was the fad in the NFL for a couple of years, is an example of an offensive system you can bring up for this category. I think Zach and Speedy, this is a good one for the two of you. I'm excited to see this battle on King of the Hill. Let's start it off with Zach.
So, I don't know much about this one, but this is the one that I've heard the most of, the West Coast offense. It was revolutionized. It's still used today, I'm pretty sure. I'm not too sure, though. But again, I don't know much about it. I'm sorry that I don't have much information on it, but it's used all the time. I hear it all the time, so I'm going to go with the West Coast offense.
Speedy!
So, yeah, I'm going to go with the Marv Levy Buffalo Bills, the early 90s with
What? No, stop.
A lot of the
Marv Levy sucks. Stop.
I know, they lost
Didn't
4
he
straight
say
Super-
Marv Levy? Didn't he say Marv Levy?
He lost 4
How do you
straight
like
Super
that?
Bowls
How do you like that?
to some NFC East
How do you like
teams.
that?
The Giants was obviously the close one, but dominated by some other Cowboys and Commanders. Really dominating teams, but still one of the most innovative systems with the no huddle, with the concepts they brought in with Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed.
Kelly Gunn offense of Marv Levy that they called it back in those days. Zach!
So this is probably more of a homer pick, but I'm going to go with the RPO offense. It just creates a lot of space. You have a lot of options to go with. I know the Eagles back in 2022 used it a lot under Shane Steichen. Really helped the offense get a go. Hard to guard too. If, for example, they ran it against MICAH Parsons, he didn't know what to do. It was just unstoppable. He couldn't do shit about it. So I'm going to go with the RPO offense.
All right, back over to Speedy.
I'm going to go with the original play action concepts that were used by the early 1950s with the Rams and Norm Van Brocklin and a lot of those 3 receiver sets that they ended up using. The concepts that, again, obviously was a power football game at that time, but the original concepts that we were using with the spread offense, the 3 receivers, even though it was more condensed at the time.
All right. Zach!
So my last one, I don't know how this is going to go, but I'm going to go with, because I've only seen one team use it, and it's Kyle. I mean, a lot of teams use it, but Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers and his motion-heavy offense, I'm going to say, it confuses everyone. It confuses defenses. They don't know who's running where. It just, yards after catch, too. It just creates a lot of open space for a lot of players to succeed in that type of offense. So I'm going to go with the motion-heavy offense. I don't know if there's a specific name for that or not, but that's what I'm going to go with.
It's basically just called the Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
That's basically what it's called. Speedy, round it up.
And I'll end it with a similar type of modern concept with the bunch formations you've seen with the Rams offense with McVay that I think a lot of teams have adopted for a while. The Vikings, you look at the Bengals offense, now you've seen Miami. I think it's started to use a little bit of those concepts too. 3 receivers, but also like one big-bodied receiver mixed in there. And I think that's a concept of, like Zach, with the Shanahan offense too, a lot of motion, but he does more of the 12 concepts with the tight ends, the more physical play. This is more of the spread receiver types, and you're seeing a lot of really good offenses strive with this kind of system.
Yeah.
All right. I'm a little disappointed in some of these choices. I'm not going to lie. Because, I mean, you left a lot on the table, guys. Like, first off, the run and shoot was not mentioned. That was a revolutionary offense. We should have probably talked about things like the spread offense of the greatest show on turf. The invention of the spread offense. I wouldn't call the 50s the invention of the spread offense. I think Speedy's pick of talking about the invention of play action was a great choice by Speedy, and that's going to give you the edge, although I do like the West Coast offense. You just didn't give me a great explanation, Zach.
Yeah, I just don't know much about it.
I would say your picks might have been better than Speedy's by a hair, but the fact that you couldn't tell me that it's about timing routes, it's about the quarterback takes 3 steps and the ball's out of his hand because he saw it pre-snap what's going to happen.
Gotcha.
And that was the Bill Walsh offense of the 49ers in the 80s.
Yeah.
So if you could have told me all of that, I think I would have went with you on this one. But in that case, we're going with Speedy.
Makes
McVay
sense.
is a disciple of Shanahan, so it's kind of hard to distinguish some of it. And the stuff that McVay did that differentiated, I understand what you're saying with the big slot, playing with the bunch and getting more size on the field than what Shanahan did. I just think it's a little too derivative of what Shanahan had. But I think your explanations, of course, were excellent. It's time for Speedy to have a chance to take on the king, to become the king for the first time. He gets to go against me. This is like everything is upside down, Errol. Let's bring everyone back in for the last round to vote on who's going to be the king after this one. Here we go for the last round where you get to take on the king. Here it is, Mr. Speedy. Round 3. Worst choke jobs in NFL history. This is a loosely defined category. Choking obviously means losing.
Where's Jabo? Where's he hiding?
Well, we can get Java back in here. We're talking about the NFL, not just any sport. If we're talking baseball, obviously we could talk about the Yankees in 04, but that is what we're basically talking about here for the NFL. I'm the king. I get to start off, and I, of course, will start with...
Well, hold on one second.
Okay,
You
go ahead.
already knew what you were picking.
Errol,
So-
I always make the category slanted towards the king, no matter what. But as a king,
I don't know what I'm
who's to say I don't want to give up my crown and let it pass on to the next
Don't
person
worry, Speedy's not
without any conflict?
Speedy's not getting. Speedy can say whatever he wants. He's not getting my vote tonight.
This is what I'm saying. So you're just telling me that it's rigged for me, and you're intentionally saying you're rigging it for me.
I'm rigging it for you because I'm not going to give him the win tonight because he doesn't shut up.
He's also the de facto king.
And look, like I said,
I'm just
look, you
telling
can
you
vote
my
however you want.
All
In
right, go.
2016,
Go, let's get-
2016, when Trump became president, 16,000
Okay,
people
I
voted
was
for a dead
hungry,
gorilla
I'm hungry. Let's
named
get this
Harambe.
show on the road.
All right, here it is. I'm, of course, going with
Jabba,
the
that's
Shanahan
not food.
offense, deciding
Was that
not
ham?
to run the ball against the Patriots in the
Chicken
Super
breast.
Bowl.
Oh, all right.
28.
He's healthy right now.
Oh, look, everyone knows what we're talking about here. The Falcons blew it. The Patriots won. They somehow could not just run the football. Now, look, I understand the motto of the Shanahan offense in those days where this is what we're good at. We're going to consistently beat you. But when you get to the fourth quarter, you got to play a little bit more, to the clock. You have to change up. You have to play more conservative. You can't just go 3 and out when you're up that many points, up 3 possessions. Plus, what are you doing? You can't do that. It's a fireable offense, and they all ended up falling apart because of it. Those guys have all obviously landed on their feet because they were good coaches to get there in the first place. But that was some humble pie they had to eat. Speedy.
All right, I'm going to go with the Houston Oilers collapse against backup quarterback Frank Reich and the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs in that one. And they're 35-0. They were up, and they end up falling apart. 41-38. They lose. They never went to the Super Bowl. as a result. And he ended up going there with the Titans, like I said before. But he didn't do it against Jim Kelly and the starting quarterback. He did it against Frank Reich, the infamous comeback for the Buffalo Bills, saving that season against the Oilers.
Oh, well, look, the Giants. Speedy, you know where I'm going. The Giants were playing the 49ers when I was in high school. It was 2003. This was the end of the Kerry Collins era. He had taken us to the Super Bowl, tried to throw against Ray Lewis and Ed Reed with a separated shoulder. It went as you would expect in that Super Bowl. But we get to the wild card in 2003. The Giants, Kerry Collins, we were supposed to be the worst team in the league. Kerry Collins bringing us back. The Giants are back. And it all came crashing down to the point where we ended up getting rid of Collins, having to draft Eli Manning, getting Kurt Warner, and imploding the entire roster. Lose to the 49ers 39-38 after starting the game winning 38-14. You can't be worse than that. It destroyed the franchise. Luckily, we were able to get Eli and rebuild that year. Speedy!
All right, I'm going to go with another unfortunate Giants one. It pains me to admit this one, but I'll go with the 2010 one against the Eagles when they were up 20-plus points in that game, and obviously the infamous Deshaun Jackson punt return touchdown. Fish, you were at that game. I
was there at that game.
The Giants missed the playoffs because of that. The Eagles ended up having a tiebreaker. They ended up sweeping for the season. I mean, they won the second game with LaShawn McCoy going crazy on the Giants in the last game, but it was that one that really struck everything when the Giants and freaking Matt Dodge didn't know how to punt the ball. The Giants defense didn't know hold of anything. They missed the playoffs, and Michael Vick at the time with the Eagles leading them to the playoffs.
Errol, you're talking about in the chat. I think that's the game that gave me diabetes. That was the game. I think I ate myself into a coma after. I was heckling Eagles fans that whole game. We were up 3 scores.
Listen, I don't want to hear it. I'm a Jet fan. I got diabetes the day I was born. All right.
Speaking of which, Errol Marks, my last pick, goes to a guy the Jets decided not to draft for Ken O'Brien, going against someone that now coaches against the Jets. Coaches for the Jets in Aaron Glenn, and there happened to be an immortal play at the end of this game that we call the fake spike, that everyone has done ever since. It led to a touchdown, led to the Dolphins beating the Jets, just crushing the Jets season in 1994 with one of the most memorable plays in football
Now
history.
you might lose, just so you know. Now I might take the win. I might take the win away from you now.
All right, Speedy, last one, round it up.
All right, I'll round it out with the 2014, the Ravens as well. They were up by 21 points in that game against the Patriots. They were up 35-14. Dan Amendola, I believe it was, throws a touchdown pass. Patriots score 28 unanswered points and win that game. They end up winning the Super Bowl amidst all that. And that's how the whole Deflategate kind of thing started after, again, the Ravens were huge at halftime. And John Harbaugh started throwing out accusations at that point. And that was a defense, I believe, that was top 5 in the league in pretty much every category that year. So I'm going to go with that one.
All right. That's the game. Time to hear from the voters. Usually I start this because I'm never the king. So, Errol, we'll let this flip around. Who are you voting for tonight?
I'm going to be fair, even though I can't stand his ass tonight. I want to smack him around. Might do that after the show. I'm going to go with Speedy. Not because of the Jets. I just thought his first two, I mean, you could argue, obviously the biggest debacle was the Atlanta Falcons. There's no question. But his last two were probably a little bit better than your Jets spike crap that came out of your mouth. So,
Come on, man. That's a legendary game.
That's legendary. It makes me sick. All right, so I'm going to go with
All right, the rest of it, we'll go down the line. We'll go Zach, then Tommy, then Jabba, and Jake. So, Zach, go ahead.
I'm actually also going to pick Speedy. I don't know much about the Oilers and the Bills because I just don't look that far into NFL history. But, I mean, the last two, the Miracle at the Meadowlands, at least for me it was. I remember watching it, and it was just such an awesome game. I loved it so much. Deshaun Jackson's probably my favorite.
He kicked
Eagle
a
of all time.
low-line drive at Deshaun Jackson at the end of the game.
I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was doing.
And then what always happens, it bounced.
Yep.
So everyone on the coverage team overran it thinking it's a fumble. He picks it up cleanly, and there's no one there.
Yeah, I know.
I knew it as soon. I started walking down the aisle as soon as he picked the ball up. I knew it was over. I knew it. I'm serious. I was walking out of the stadium as soon as he picked the ball up.
Such a great game. That and then the Ravens and the Patriots, obviously. So I'm gonna go with Speedy on that one.
All right, I'm trailing 2-0. Let's see if someone wants to vote for me. Tommy!
All right, Fish. Well, that order, I almost said that Fish. That order or that wish is going to come to fruition because I got Fish in this round. Speedy's picks were absolutely great. That Eagles game, you guys already touched on it. I don't want to even relive more about that Eagles and Giants game. That gave me absolute agita as well. The thing with that is that even though, of course, the Patriots and Ravens game, I was so rooted for the Ravens that game. Couldn't stand Tom Brady in that time, especially. However, the Falcons blowing the Super Bowl is by far the worst choke job, of course, in NFL history. The Giants choking against the 49ers, other than when you mentioned, of course, the Super Bowl against the Ravens, other than that game, that's easily the worst playoff choke job by the Giants, or easily the biggest playoff choke job, like I said. And the Dan Marino fake spite against the Jets, that is just, people didn't even know that they could do that. You know, people that started the fake spike, that revitalized it. So I'm gonna have to go Fish on that just for how much iconic that his actual points were.
I appreciate the iconic comment there at the end. All right, Jabba!
Everybody's kind of explaining. I'm kind of like, I'm 50-50. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to flip a coin.
So who's heads and who's tails?
Who wants to be which?
I'll take heads.
That means your tails, Speedy. Just to let you know.
Thank
you. Okay, just checking. All right.
Sure, he wasn't. You sure he's not going to cut you off, right? I'm just no Speedy.
Oh, it's heads. All right, it's all tied. It comes down to Jake.
Yeah, so I should say I thought you guys both did really, really well. I think you could go 1-1 with you guys' second and third picks. So it does come down to the first two picks. And like, look, the Bills and the Oilers game. You look back at that game, Speed. You're right. They did lose to Frank Reich, and I believe at the time before a couple seasons ago when the Vikings beat the Colts, was the biggest comeback in NFL history at the time. And it was embarrassing. It was kind of the downfall of the Oilers. They just went down from a franchise at that point. But I got to give it to Fish. When you look at that Super Bowl, at that point, like, you're right, like the ego of Kyle Shanahan. Like, look, you understand you want to run your offense the way you want to do it, but you're up 25 points going into the third and fourth quarter. You've got to run the ball. You've got to be smart. You got to play strategic football and keep the ball out of Tom Brady's hands. And if you want to look at like a loss that's defined a franchise and that has never recovered from it and never gotten back to that point and how bad a choke has done for a franchise, it's the Falcons. So, yeah, congrats, Fish. You are the winner of King of the Hill tonight.
All right, Tommy, you can stop the music. I'm gonna celebrate, the way that I always do.
I just want to let you know, Mr. Fish, that who was the offensive coordinator of that Atlanta Falcon team? Oh, that's right, Kyle Shanahan. Rest my case.
I destroyed him in it, and that's why I won. Look, it's just a fact.
Yeah, and that's why you love Kyle Shanahan, because he sucks. So good luck.
Look, sometimes you got to eat humble pie. I think he's a much better coach today because of it.
Speedy, I'm surprised you're not cutting me off on that one. But I want to tell you, when Kyle Shanahan gets fired at the end of the season, Owen, again, you still owe me a dress, a wig, and some lipstick. That's going to happen one way or another. He's coming on the show. He's got to live up to that bet. And here's another thing. I did think Speedy won that. Besides that, I'd probably go with the Speedy picks. But the spike is okay. I mean, obviously, it was definitely something that people will remember. But out of all the biggest debacles, that wasn't even a playoff game. So
to be fair, I would say Speedy's picks were more interesting. Mine were the most obvious one, and two from my childhood.
The spike was not a playoff game. That was a regular season
game. But it effectively ended the Jets season.
That's fine. It's not, to me. I'm looking at the games that obviously.
Well, I mean, it ended their season.
Super Bowl.
Well, the Giants. you know.
But you weren't the king, so it doesn't matter.
That's true. That's
Screw
true.
you. Screw you.
Carol, Carol, Errol, this is the third.
Carol. Hey, Carol. Hey, Carol.
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 I was just trying to say King Errol. I put it together there. You haven't been king in 3 weeks.
Errol.
I have a feeling next week we're going to get you back on top of the mountain. But for now, when Goody comes back, I can give him the crown back to King Goody because I was just the representative of King Goody here tonight. So, Goody, congrats for your big win tonight.
So, Fish, you got promoted from jester to king, and now you're demoted back to jester.
Listen. It's just a role. It's just what you do with it. You know what I mean?
Jake, I thought you
back then.
Jake, didn't you say you were getting a haircut?
Yeah, I did.
He got it a little buzzed up on the sides.
Yeah.
You see that?
It's shorter.
Faded into the beard. That's all right. We see
like
it.
A little rat tail in there. I like it.
No, well, yeah, it's kind of like a modern mullet, but yeah, the blur's not showing it great, but you know. Yeah, I
Looks
gotta
like
go.
Joe Dirt, man.
Hey, literally, if you look at
Joe
it,
Dirt.
remember the old school bowl cut? He's like the new school because you could only see like the sides.
That's how everyone does it these
Hey,
days.
you're rocking that to the wedding this weekend?
Oh yeah.
You are
wedding
getting
you go-
no butt.
It's my
You got no butt repellent on that head right now.
What's that?
He's saying you got to do something about it if you want to.
Well, hold on. Who's getting married? What's going on? Friend? What's going on?
My stepdad, it's his oldest son's wedding.
Oh, so you got a chance then? I thought we were talking like older. I was like, damn, you getting no butt.
Listen, just go after the 40 or 50-year-old women. They're easy.
Jesus. Cougar hunting? You're telling this our 22-year-old, I'm assuming, intern
from Speedy.
Yes, Speedy.
So
You should try make cameos and like have an OnlyFans for dance lessons, Speedy.
Yeah, he could charge for that. That could be your side hustle, Speedy.
That could be a great side hustle.
I would never do that as a side hustle, John.
Yeah, like like Wedding Crashers, but like you could be. I don't know how you could do that.
That's our friend John Daigle's specialty.
Yeah.
Speedy likes to, sniff dog asses. That's what he likes to do. I mean, that's how he knows.
That's a different kind of party.
If somebody smells.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
It's like a West Virginia type of party.
If Speedy really wants to pick up a girl, he needs to shave some undertone over there. So that little dog needs to sail, if you know what I mean.
Or you can go to like a jam
So,
band.
What you're saying? So what you're saying is Jake has he has Jake's hair on his undercarriage.
That's right.
Is that true, Speedy?
Probably a lot more hair on his.
You will never know, Scoops.
So it sounds like you need to go to like jam band concerts, Speedy. You know what I mean? Like some like Dave Matthews, not even Dave Matthews, even more like Fish, like the band Fish with a PH, like those guys. But like, you know what I mean? Like the types of girls that like have never shaved and wear butterfly wings and dance around at those concerts. Those are the types of girls we got to set you up with, Speedy. Don't tell me that they don't do that. I've been to those concerts.
They probably
do that.
they pet the furry wall.
Furry wall. Tripping on acid. You know what I mean? Like.
No, don't do that. They just pet the furry wall. We don't want you to get arrested, Speedy.
Yeah, come on, Speedy.
This is trying to compile the folk alter ego of me.
If you were a folk singer, you would do so well.
Yeah, you have a bunch of girls drop them, and you see them drop it. It's like, where is it? Where is it? It's behind the
Imagine
bushes.
like a cover album. Speedy plays Dylan, and he's just sitting there doing Bob Dylan songs.
Oh, he has that shtick, like the look of that too. Yeah.
How many?
Oh man.
Jake could be in the background playing cowbell.
Speedy, do you know any Dylan songs like "Blowing in the Wind" or something like that?
Can't sing any.
We got to get you some of those lyrics.
More of a triangle guy.
Triangle, I like it.
Hey, why don't we get Aaron in here too? Errol, let's give these guys a little shout out. It's their last night with us as interns.
Absolutely,
guys.
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out, and it's hopefully Speedy doesn't cut me off on this one.
Get over it.
I think all three of you guys. No, I'm definitely not. Never. I don't cut anybody off.
You think he gets over things like this that quickly?
Never. But here's the thing. I think Jake, Aaron, and obviously Zach, you guys are sensational. You really are. You put the time in. You've You've worked really, really hard. And anybody that hasn't seen the show or in the back end of the show, you guys have been a big part of it over the last couple of months. So you guys deserve a lot more than you really get the respect for. So what are you guys laughing at? What's going on?
You didn't see Jake's?
Jake put some like
I don't know what the hell
fireworks.
happened.
Background.
Was that like
What happened?
fireworks? That was sick.
I don't know.
How did you do that?
I have no idea.
There were like fireworks
He
in his
doesn't know what he's
background.
It was perfect
Well,
timing,
maybe-
by the way.
Right? Like I thought you
That was
did that
perfect.
intentionally.
I know. I thought it was like, oh, because he was smiling and Zach
Trying to
started
teach
shaking
me
his
some
head.
graphics tricks over here.
Listen,
into the internship.
Listen, you guys can come back whenever you want. And Jake, your back end knowledge of UFC and mixed martial arts and combat sports is sensational. Zach, obviously, your knowledge in sports and really your personality really has shown. And Aaron, obviously, your notability of sports and baseball, your back end with baseball and your love for baseball, definitely it will be missed. And you guys, anytime you guys want to come on and help us out, we really would appreciate if you guys would love to do that. So
Yeah, we truly
you guys-
appreciate everything, guys. Like the helping with
Absolutely.
the videos, the back end stuff. Like, you guys did an awesome job. So I just want to snap it up for you guys before we finish up.
Snap it
man.
out.
Snap it
How
up.
about-
You never heard that?
How about this?
See,
Jazz
you're
fingers?
such a
No,
weirdo.
we're not fondling no ball.
Underhanded jazz fingers is
Get
like
out of here.
Oh,
some
my
like
goodness.
Spirit fingers. Spirit fingers.
That's the type of stuff Jared from Subway was doing, Errol. Come on now.
Are you actually comparing me to Jared from Subway?
What were you
That's
just
perfect.
doing with your hands, dude?
I mean, spirit
No, spirit
fingers.
fingers.
You've never
Spirit
seen the
fingers are
movie?
not coddling ball snacks.
Bring it on, man. Bring it on.
Not like this.
Spirit fingers are
What
like
is
this.
this?
You were like,
First of all, open your mouth again. Do that again.
I'm not the one over here coddling ball.
Tommy, you're just gonna get all your drops from just this one episode today. You don't have to look at anything else.
Bubble guts. I'd take shit. This makes my pecker hard.
That probably does make his pecker hard. Anyways,
That definitely
I'd like to
doesn't.
thank you. Go ahead, spirit figures. Anyways, boys, we really appreciate you guys. I really do appreciate everything that you guys done, and keep up all the good work. And wherever you guys go in your sports career, just remember, if you ever need any help or you need any references, we would absolutely love to be there for you guys. So we really
Yeah.
appreciate you guys. I really do
Stay in
mean
touch
that.
too.
You
Let
guys
us
have
know. Let us
Yeah.
know
Yes.
anything if we can help or whatever. But yeah, anything.
Yes.
Stay in touch. Don't do any of this, guys.
Yeah,
just throwing that
stay
out.
away from that for
away
the
from
most
that.
part.
Yeah,
But definitely, if you need anything, let us know.
yeah. Don't be strangers.
thumbs
too.
up,
Come
man.
back in whenever. You know.
Thank you guys. Hey, we can look forward to the fantasy league in a couple of days, man. So
That's right.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
baby.
I'm
Someone-
looking. I'm looking
you
forward
guys
to the
have-
update on the wedding and to see if you got any butt.
Yeah.
leave it up to Jabba.
Jabba.
Oh, that's right. You guys got to hear it for one more time. Hold on. Here it is.
Joba. Joba. Slicker.
All right, let's go.
Joba. Smack my ass.
Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank all the fans. Thank you to our great guest, Mile High Huddle, Broncos NFL analyst Lance Sanderson, for joining us. He's sensational. Thank you to him, as always. Thank you also to the Milwaukee Brewers second base prospect, Jaden Fielder. He was fantastic as well. We really appreciate the time. Had a lot of fun with him. Thank you to all the fans on all the social medias, from Spotify to Apple, on Apple Video and Spotify, all the audios, everything, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all of them. Jabba in the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio Network. Thanks to all the fans tuning into the YouTube channel and checking out all the different impressions that we've had over the last couple of weeks. And keep downloading us, keep following us. We really do appreciate all the love. We were in the top 200 really all week. We haven't fallen out of the top 200 all week. So thank you to all the fans, as always. And we'll be back on Monday. Listen to the Weekend Crunch, too, on 103.9 FM. If you don't live here in Long Island or New York, you can listen to it on iHeartRadio, 103.9 FM, LI News Radio. Me and Speedy will be doing a live show on the call. And by the way, we'll be doing the Islanders pregame show this year on Saturday, so you can tune in for that as well as we talk Islander hockey. Yeah, that's it. Jabba, we appreciate all your craziness, and make sure you don't fondle anything, the thumbs up. And by the way, congratulations to Jabba losing 28 pounds. I got to give him golf clap.
Man, nice job, Jabba.
Golf clap.
That's amazing, man.
Not even trying.
Yes, and I'm right above him, but I have my A1C is a little crazy right now, but I lost 31 pounds, and everybody's been giving me compliments on it. So I want to thank everybody for giving me all the compliments on social media, especially my mom saying, "Wow, you look like a new person." Thanks, Mom. Anyways, thanks, Mom. That's embarrassing. Anyways, again, we'll be back on Monday. Any guests?
Yes, Nathan got Josh Booty, who actually played both in the NFL and
Booty?
Major League Baseball. Yes,
Booty.
Josh Booty. Yes,
What a name.
he won a World Series with the Florida Marlins in 1997. He played 3 years over there, then played 3 years. Then he played football at LSU, and then he got drafted by the Seahawks. Played a couple years there.
All right, there we go. We got the Booty Man coming on. Anyways, that's it. Good night. Farewell.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.